Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs after school today. We're here to do HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing on this lovely Friday afternoon. Well, at least where I am. So it is Friday, January 23rd, 2026. Next week, by the time next week rolls around, January will almost be over. Amazing. SysOS Master says, of course, there can't be a good and proper OS. We have to keep their monster filled with stolen code working somehow. Well, I mean, it is what it is. We just have to work inside of the big system. That's what us hackers do. All right, so we're going to be doing 5 topics because we're on our extended stream schedule now that we're only doing 2 streams a week. We're going to be doing, well, what are we doing? So the first topic, the first hour of the stream is going to be Codecademy Node.js. So I've been meaning to learn a lot more about different programming languages, and we're starting into JS, JavaScript, but we're going to be learning it through Node, which is their popular backend implementation of JavaScript. So that's going to be the first topic. We're going to be doing that through Codecademy. And the second topic is we're going to be demoing a Windows hack. So Vulnyx is a platform where you can download vulnerable VMs to hack against. And we're going to be doing a demonstration of a box we did maybe a few months ago called Change. So we're going to be reacquainting ourselves with how to hack Windows and all the tools we use to do so. Okay, you need to add context to that one. Hi, Samantha Nakamoto. Nice to see you here. What is up? And so that's going to be the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be doing another study topic. We're going to be learning about PowerShell. So if we are working a lot with Windows, we need to learn about the special scripting language that Windows uses, which is called PowerShell. I know only the very basics of using PowerShell, so it's going to be some new stuff for me. We're going to be going back to Codecademy to learn about that in the third hour. In the fourth hour, we're going to be doing the TryHackMe module called Windows PrivEsc Arena. So this is going to be regular old Windows, not Active Directory, and we're going to be learning some different privilege escalation techniques that we can use to compromise Windows systems. So that's going to be in the fourth hour. Please look forward to that. And the last topic of the day, our long topic, is going to be, well, it's going to be a Windows challenge that we've never looked at before. This is also from the Vulnyx platform. It's called Misconfigured, and it's a Windows machine that we can download and deploy to our VM network and then hack against it. All right, so let's go on. As Master says, PowerShell now available on Linux, by the way. Yeah, that's true. I was really surprised to see that you could actually run PowerShell from Linux. I've never really had well, I've never really had the opportunity to do that, but maybe one of these days we'll get around to it. All right, so without further ado, let's what is the word? Let us start into our first topic. So that's going to be, let's see, let's do 60 minutes on the clock, and then we can get started with our first topic of the day. We're going to be learning about Node.js. Okay, so if you want to learn along with us, then this is the name of the module over here, over at Codecademy. It's called Learn Node.js. It's a free module, which means that you don't need to have a paid account over at Codecademy in order to access this material. And you know what? We might as well put on some music while we learn, because it's always a lot better. Well, life is always a lot better if there's music involved. So let's go ahead and do that. Thank you very much, Santer09, for cheering 100 bits. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate that. Okay, so what are we going to put on first? How about some Dungeon of the Endless? Okay. Okay. This is why we were talking about in the pre-show. Yeah. We were talking about Windows and the necessity of Windows and using Windows versus Linux for web servers, all sorts of great stuff like that. Tyler Ramsby, hello, nice to see you here. Oh wow, Tyler Ramsby is a content creator, and he lent us his platform to learn about SQL in the last stream. Let's give Tyler Ramsby a shout out. So it's like shout out Hack Smarter. Okay. And yeah, definitely check out Tyler's platform, which is hacksmarter.org. This is the link. Okay, so let's get into the first topic. We're learning about Node.js. So just to let everybody know, I do not know very much about JavaScript, so I'm here to learn. So in this lesson, we'll continue learning about Node.js by going into depth and covering modules essential to backend development with Node.js. We'll cover core Node.js modules such as events, error, buffer, FS, and timer modules, okay? And we'll learn how to get user input and output and create readable and writable streams. These topics will not only get a deeper understanding of Node.js, but also build on the topics that have been covered thus far. Okay, so it looks like we've lost our connection to Codecademy. Let me reload this page. Okay, so what are our instructions here? So review the code in app.js. To see the outputs of the code, type node app.js into the terminal and press enter or return. Here are some things that are going on in this code. Okay, so we've got our module imports over here. So constant events equals require events. Constant fs equals require fs. So this is just importing those modules. And then we've got event emitter object. Used to assign listener functions triggered on specific events. Let my emitter equal new events.event emitter. Okay, so we're creating an object in here, and then let new welcome message equal data console.log welcome to Node.js. What's your name? And I guess what's your name, and then they're going to take in user input, and then they're going to save it to the data variable here. All right, so myEmitter.on welcome, new welcome message, myEmitter.emit, welcome Cody. Welcome Cody. All right, buffer objects are used to handle binary data. Constant buffer equals buffer.from hello world, console.log buffer, console.log buffer.toString. Let read data callback equals error data if error, console.log something went wrong, and then print out the error. Or else console.log provide file contained this data. So file.txt file is loaded using the read file message of the fs module. So fs has to stand for file something, right? File system? Okay, so fs.read file.txt, and the encoding is UTF-8, read data callback, okay. Set immediate function runs immediately after the current poll phase is completed. Set immediate is console.log welcome to Node.js. Okay, so what do they want us to do? So review the code in app.js. To see the outputs of the code, type node app.js into the terminal. So our terminal is over here. We've got app.js, we've got file.txt, and we've got test. So what is the contents of file.txt here? Welcome to Node.js Essentials. Oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and run the node code. Node app.js. So welcome to Node.js. What's your name? Cody. I mean, I guess that was user input, but I guess there's no user input in this program. Okay, what's your name? And then buffer, a bunch of hexadecimal bytes. Hello world, welcome to Node.js. Provide file contained welcome to Node.js Essentials. Okay, so I think what we were trying to do is we were trying to understand a bunch of these different functions that were being imported, and using something from each one of these imported modules. So the events module, the fs module, and the buffer module. All right, so let's see. When you're ready to move on, click next. Great. So the events module. Node is often described as having event-driven architecture. Let's explore what that means. In traditional imperative programming, we give the computer a series of instructions to execute in a predefined order. In contrast, when we write web applications, we often need to write logic to handle situations without knowing exactly when they'll occur. For example, when programming a website, we might provide functionality for a click event without knowing when the user will trigger it. When Node was created, it applied this same concept of event-driven principles to the backend environment. So Node provides an event emitter class, which we can access by importing the events core module. Okay, thank you very much, Jose Azevedo, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, create an instance of the event emitter class. Let my emitter equal new events.eventEmitter. Okay, so this is basically creating an object inside of a specific class. So event emitter is a class, and we import the module over here. Great. So each event emitter instance has an on method, which assigns a listener callback function to a named event. The on method takes the name of the event as a string as its first argument, and as its second argument, the listener callback function. Okay. So each event emitter instance also has an emit method, which announces that a named event has occurred. The emit method takes the name of the event as a string as its first argument, and as its second argument, the data that should be passed into the listener callback function. Okay, so we've got we've got this one over here. New user listener equals data. Console.log, we have a new user, data. Okay, so assign the new user listener function as the listener callback for new user events. MyEmitter.on, new user listener. Okay. Emit a new user event, myEmitter.emit, new user lilypad. New user listener will be invoked with lilypad. Okay. The preceding code would log the following to the console. We have a new user, lilypad. So let's go back. So myEmitter.emit, we have a something, new user, and the new user's name is lilypad. Okay, let's create an event emitter. Right, so what are our instructions here? In app.js, we've imported the events core module and written a function, listener callback, that expects to be passed data and will log a string to the console that incorporates that data. First, let's create an event emitter. Declare a new variable, myEmitter, and assign it to the new event emitter. Okay, so on which line should we do that? Let's just do it at the bottom here then. Declare a new variable, myEmitter, and assign it to the new event emitter. Okay, so myEmitter. So everything in JavaScript should be terminated with the semicolon. Let's take a look at what the example looks like. Okay, let myEmitter equal new events.eventEmitter. So this is a new object, events.eventEmitter. Okay, so I think, is this all they want us to do right now? Okay, let's hit check work. Okay, that's what they wanted. Now, so invoke the on method of myEmitter, passing in celebration as the event name and listener callback as the listener callback function. So let's go back down here. So something myEmitter.on. And what was that example? So myEmitter.on, okay, new user. Okay. So we just need to give the variables. So this is some sort of this is a method. So it's going to be 2 parameters. The first one is going to be a name, and the second one is going to be the event name and listener callback. Listener callback. And we need to pass in celebration as the first argument here. Okay, let's check the work. That is not what they wanted. myEmitter.on celebration. Oh, I didn't I didn't spell this correctly. Got to spell correctly to write the code, everybody. Listener callback. Just double check that spelling. Okay, that is what they wanted. So let's emit a celebration event. Invoke myEmitter's emit method, passing in celebration as the event name, and a string of your choice is the second argument. Okay, so here, myEmitter.emit celebration, and a string of your choice is the second argument. Let's do HackerFrogs rule. Got to make sure to end all of our statements with our semicolon. Check the work. Okay, that's what they wanted. So let's see this program run. Use the node command to run app.js from the terminal. Okay, so just node app.js. Celebrate HackerFrogs rule. All right, great. Let's see. So check the work again. That's done. We can move on to the next concept. So I guess spelling matters in programming. Mind blown, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm kind of a messy person, so it's kind of a miracle that I've gotten so far with hacking and programming computer stuff. But yeah, that's what copy paste is for. So remember, everybody, if you don't want to make mistakes, make sure to copy paste everything. Okay, next. User input and output. If you worked with JavaScript before, you're familiar with the concept of input and output, even if you haven't heard it called that. At its most abstract, output is any data or feedback that the computer program provides to a user, human user, or another program, while input is the data provided to the program, often by the user. So when we use console.log, we prompt the computer to output information to the console. In the node environment, the console is the terminal, and the console.log method is a thin wrapper on the standard out.write method of the process object. Standard out stands for a standard output. Santer says tab is your friend in programming. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not always available, but it certainly does help a lot. Okay, in Node, we can also receive input from the user through the terminal using the standard in.on method. Standard in stands for standard input on the process object. Okay, process.standardin.on data, user input, let input. So we define a variable called input, which is equal to user input.toString console.log input. Okay. So here we're able to use the on method because under the hood, process.standardin is an instance of event emitter. When a user enters text into the terminal and hits enter, a data event will be fired and our anonymous listener callback will be invoked. Okay, Cypher says also Control-C and Control-V, very important. Yeah, I should, when I start doing my Linux lessons again, I should really introduce all of those concepts to the new users. It certainly saves a lot of time when you're working inside the terminal. Okay, the user input we receive is an instance of the node buffer class. So we convert it to a string before printing. We'll learn more about buffers in a later exercise, okay? So what do we need to do here? We've gotten started making a number guessing game. We've written a program named PlayGame, which expects a user input corresponding to a guess. Input read through the terminal is received as a buffer object with a new line character at the end. So we've converted it to a string and trimmed off the unnecessary new line character. We then feed the processed input into the test number function imported from game.js. Okay, Chess Abdi asks, when are you going to do Linux? So I'm not entirely sure when the next time we're going to be teaching Linux is. If you're interested in the course itself, we've got we have the we have some session notes for what we do in HackerFrogs after school for Linux over here, if you're interested in taking a look. Okay, so read through the code and try to figure out what has been done and what is left to do to make this an interactive command line program. Game.js includes the core game logic, but reading through it is optional. So select check work when you're ready to move on to the next task. Okay, so let's just take a quick look at what code we have already. So we got game.js. I guess we don't need to really pay too much attention to this code right now, but we need to understand that it is being imported into the app.js file. So let test number equals require game.js. Sorcerer, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So process.standard.write, I'm thinking of a number from 1 through 10. What do you think it is? Okay, then new line, write quit to give up. And then another new line, well, 2 more new lines is the number. Let play game equals user input. Okay. So the play game variable is the user input. It is user input that is saved to the input variable, user input dot toString trim. Oh, okay. So this is where the user input gets transformed into something that the rest of the program is going to like. PPX says, yo, what's good, brother? What is good? How's your day? Yeah, we're just learning about JavaScript right now. Well, Node.js in particular, but I'm also learning about JavaScript because I've decided to challenge myself. Wow, good choice, Shy Hat. Anyways, Sorcerer says, I think I caught on to your last stream. You were incorporating nonprofit. Was too frazzled juggling to say congrats. No worries. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens by the end of the year with the nonprofit and whether or not I'm actually able to get it off the ground. I've got some great collaborators, of course, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, and then we run the test number function with the input. Okay, so I think I'm not completely understanding everything, but let's check the work. Okay, everything about the game is complete except for reading the input from the user. Based on what you've learned about getting user input from the terminal, complete the game. Okay, so we need to get user input. And where was there an example of this? So it's like console dot. So it's looking for, so play game is looking for user input. We need to prompt the user for that user input. Process dot standard in dot on. So it's like console dot Okay, so Sorcerer also says, I've always been dev, ops, or both, but security seemed like an interesting space. Seems like an interesting space right now. I mean, a lot of people come to cybersecurity from development or administrator backgrounds, so I mean, it's not very unusual. But yeah, I mean, if there's any particular aspect about security you'd like to learn, me, I might be able to point you in the right direction for learning materials. So standard.write. Oh, standard.write. So there's standard.read and standard.write. Okay, so PPX asks, do you think that AI will be... I love talking about AI stuff. Okay, do you think that AI will get doomed and the RAM and the PC prices will get even cheaper than before? ND Box, hello, nice to see you here. Hey, what is up? What is up? But yeah. I mean, every stream, it seems like there's a lot of people asking about AI and whether or not it's going to destroy the industry, all that other good stuff. I mean, we'll see. The problem is about AI stuff in general is that it's still very new, and we won't know exactly how it's going to shake up the industry and how it's going to end up unless we wait for a few years. So, so maybe by the time 2029 rolls around, we might know a little better about that. Okay, Sorcerer says, my specialty is programming languages. Love to be a PL nerd. PL. What does PL in this case stand for? I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on what needs more development in the sex space. Basically, looking for excuses to get back into low-level languages. I mean, you don't need an excuse to get back into low-level languages if that's what you want, right? I mean, by low-level languages, we're talking about stuff like C and assembly, I'm assuming. The lowest level language, of course, is going to be stuff like assembly. You can learn that. Well, I mean, there are very few good courses on assembly, unfortunately. This is one that I recommend to people who are interested in learning about x86 assembly, especially for Linux. Okay, so user input and output. So what we need to do is we need to figure out how to use console.log to take in user input. So console.log is, we're not using console.log because console.log is going to print something out. So instead we would use like console.something else. Lowest level would be electronics, I guess so. Okay, Polly asks, how are you going to learn assembly? How are you going to learn assembly? I mean, it's the same way you would learn any other languages with a course, right? Okay, Polly says, I think you need the introduction to computer architecture first. Well, I mean, you can learn assembly at the same time that you're learning computer architecture. It's true that assembly makes use of a lot of computer architecture concepts, stuff like memory registers, you know, putting information in specific locations and retrieving them. But yeah, you are completely correct about that. Okay, so let's see. Receive input from a user through the terminal using the standard.on method. Okay, standardin.on. So process.standardin.on. So are we saving this as data then? Yeah. Let's just copy the example. Okay, let input. Well, this would save it as an input variable equals user input dot toString. Okay, so Sorcerer says, basically my way of categorizing PLs. PL stand for programming languages, right? So categorizing programming languages as low level. Low level has no GC. GC, high level has automatic memory management that you can't control directly. Okay, let's see. Polly says, assembly forces you to learn some computer architecture, but depending on what you were learning it on, it can be as little as just memory and I/O. Yeah, I mean, this is what I tell people who want to get into binary exploitation, reverse engineering in particular. Um, you need to know about how memory works, well, how computer memory works, and how the program is moving around all its data inside of the different memory registers in order to actually start learning about how to solve those beginner problems. Okay, so user toString. Console.log the input. Okay, and then we'll check our work again. Seems like that's not what they wanted. Nope. So do we need to loop this into something else? So play game, user input, let input user. Oh, okay. Maybe we need to put it. Let's get a hint about this. Okay, so we wrote the play game function, but it never invoked. Where should this happen? So we need to assign play game as the listener callback function, so that it's invoked anytime process.standardin emits a data event. Okay, so let's see. PPX asks, do you think TryHackMe is a good way to start with cybersecurity, or starting with Python more valuable, or even Linux? What do you think? Well, I mean, TryHackMe, you can do all of these things at the same time. So PPX, I mean, I've got a handy little webpage on my GitHub called Get Into Cyber. You can take a look at that. Okay, Sorcerer says, for a very loving intro to assembly, check out Kay Lack on YouTube. She did a series called Odes. Yeah, I mean, we could take a look at that real quick. YouTube, Kay Lack. And let's see. Sorcerer says she did something called Odes. But yeah, if you want to take a look at her stuff, here's the link. Okay, so let's catch up with chat. She also streams here as Neoeno. Neoeno did 2025 AOC in Python, very well explained. Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much for sharing those links, Sorcerer. Thank you. Sixth in Mind, hello, nice to see you here. PPX says, it's not working. This is the 20th time trying to get it in. It says can't reach the page, connection was tried. That's odd. Did you have the same problem before? Other people don't seem to be having this problem. I can get you the direct link from the GitHub. Here, give this a try. If the direct link doesn't work, then I'm not too sure how to help. Okay, we need to assign playgame as the listener callback function so that it's invoked anytime process.standardin emits a data event. So process.standardin, name of the event, listener callback function. process standard in name of the event. So the name of the event is test number or input. So we need to figure out, we got process standard in. Sand of Ice, hello, nice to see you here. What is up, what is up? So standard in dot on, okay. Name of the event. So which event are we looking for? Is the name of the event test number? Okay, let's see. PPX says, okay, thanks, it finally worked. How do I get 100% value from this? So the first thing you'd do is you'd watch the YouTube video. It talks a little bit about different strategies for getting the cybersecurity and some different roles. And then you might want to take a look at the TryHackMe rooms as well. They've got little quizzes that that let you get a feel for what kind of activities are more what you're suited for inside of cybersecurity, and you can read about those roles. So you can also try out some of the challenges that might be associated with those roles in cybersecurity instead of PicoCTF. So basically bounce around between a few of those different links. Codecademy is free. Isung Won, hello, nice to see you here. Codecademy, some parts of it are free. Not all of it is free, but you can, after you make an account there, you can search for whatever concepts you want to learn. Some of it might be free, some of the more popular stuff is not free. Okay, so let's see. So it emits anytime process standard in emits a data event. So the event is called data then? Okay, ND Box asks, I've earned my first place prize in cyber event, $75 and oh, first place in cyber event. So you're talking about Advent of Code or Advent of Cyber? ND Box, let me know which one that is. Okay, so which event are we looking for? So, it's test number or it's user input. Advent of Cyber. Sick the Mind says, congratulations. I've never met anybody who redeemed something from Advent of Cyber before. So let me know how that goes. We had another person. Yeah, Cypher. Cypher was having a problem with his 3-month subscription that didn't work. So PPX says, is it true that the beginner hacker just copy-pastes? I mean, everybody copy-pastes. But, I mean, I guess the beginner hacker is doing a lot of, it's not writing a lot of their own stuff. I guess that's what you're trying to say? But beginners hackers definitely don't write a lot of their own stuff. They're usually using tools that somebody else made. And I guess some people say that the difference between like a script kiddie and a real hacker is that a real hacker, writes their own tools. And some people say that you're not a real hacker if you use anybody's tools except your own. So it's kind of a slippery slope. Lots of YouTube hacking? So play game, user input. So one thing that I'm kind of confused about is what counts as an event inside of JavaScript. Because I'm used to other programming languages, and other programming languages don't have the concept of events. Santer says real hackers use lots of aliases for their code. Most of it doesn't make sense. Okay, 7M says, can you advise me where to start? Yeah, why don't you give this link a try. It doesn't work for everybody apparently. Okay, Cypher says, when robots start nuclear war, vibe critters will think we are geniuses stopping it with a missing semicolon. Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of conflicting things about vibe coding. Some people say that vibe coding has become more respectable now, but I don't know. Okay, let me just ask a question. Okay, so in JavaScript, an event is a signal that the browser or system fires to indicate that something significant has happened, which your code can then react to. Okay, so for example, user clicks. After a user clicks a button, there is or other HTML element, this is click or double click. Farmer interactions, keyboard activity. So we're trying to look for the event that the game is using. You can think of events as environment variables. Okay, Santer says you can set and shortens the code. Events are coming from the engine normally. Okay, let's go back to our code here. So play game user input, let user input equal user input dot toString trim. Test number input. So where is the event? Okay, sysOS says anything that interacts outside of the code itself. Cypher says, did you get a message saying no need to contact us? We will reach out in the coming days. So Cooley, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that name. What's your opinion on the best AI tool to use to help with hacking? ChatGPT, Claude AI, Copilot, etc. Which one is the best? I mean, I hear that Claude is better at writing code, and I've heard a lot of people say that Claude is better at writing code. So my go-to, if you're writing code, use Claude. I'm not too sure when you would use other tools. People in chat, if you've got if you have opinions of your own, please let us know. So user input, name of the event, standard in on, okay. Symmetry says, I'm into dev for 2 years and I'm on my 3rd year of BTech. So BTech is business technology. I recently got interested in hacking and overall cyber. How could I start? So Simidir says you're coming from like a development background. What kind of development were you doing? Were you developing web applications or something else? What kind of languages were you working with? Maybe if I know what development history you have, I might be able to better give you some advice. Okay, so PPX asks, how do you get to the next level in hacking? What's like the game changer? What's the game changer? How do you get to the next level in hacking? To get to the next level in hacking, you need to learn the basics. So, I mean, let's go to the page we're talking about, right? So, I recommend this page, the How Do I Get into Cybersecurity guide. There's a YouTube video that talks about different strategies. Go to your local cybersecurity events, learn about computer networking, basic IT topics, then think about what kind of role you want to do. Try out some challenges from different categories of cybersecurity challenge, and figure out which ones you like, and then maybe go and do some research on which roles in cybersecurity use these kind of skills. Learn your tech fundamentals. I don't have a silver bullet for you as far as like how to get to the next level in learning cybersecurity or hacking. Okay, so let's see. So Simid Hedri says web, Python backend, Django, and fast AI. So I mean, for somebody with that kind of background, I would recommend getting into web, into what is it called, web app hacking stuff. So education resources. I've got a bunch of stuff for learning web app hacking over here. So that's what I would recommend. Based on your background, you would have a much easier time trying to learn about web app hacking as opposed to other parts of cybersecurity. So PPX says, about the role thing, I can't decide in TryHackMe what role I want to do. So this is where you do your research. You try a few different challenges from different categories inside of cybersecurity and figure out which ones work the best for you. Just spend some time to figure that out. I can't answer your question for you. You have to go out and do a bit of research. Okay, man, why am I getting filtered this hard? Session timed out. Okay, PPX says, another question, do you have an unstoppable way to block sites or specific content from specific devices other than IP routers? Like a method that can't be dismantled. Like typically the way that you typically the way that you block certain IPs or certain things from reaching your device is you use some sort of firewall. I mean, I'm not a person that knows all that much about firewall processes, but you would probably use some sort of firewall program. As far as like stuff that you can install on your own device, I've never had to do that before, but it's probably something you might want to look into. Let's see, we need to assign play game as the listener callback function so that it's invoked anytime process not standard in inmates a data event. So the data event is what we're looking for here, but I'm not too sure why it doesn't work. It's called a cement block. This feels hard since you can't concentrate. No worries. I'm trying to... Well, I mean, I'm prioritizing answering questions as best I can. Okay, it's called a cement block that you can put your device in, then toss it into the Marianas Trench. In other words, anything usable is also... anything usable is also... unusable. Okay. So they probably want to... I mean, this code is probably what they want, but they probably want us to put it in a different place. So let's take a look. So what they want is for us to... So this is the same. Oh, okay, okay. They want us to activate it. Okay, let's keep what we have and then put in this. So process.standardin on data play game. Check. gflyt is Codecademy free? Parts of Codecademy are free. Parts of Codecademy are paid. We're using the stuff that we do on Codecademy is all free stuff. Okay, PPX asks, let's see, I did firewall, but it didn't work. Let's say you use YouTube as an example. Blocking YouTube is challenging since it operates through many different URLs. So I mean, you would block anything that that involves the word YouTube. So if you just look for like a certain string, and if the string has the word YouTube in it, then block on that. That's my recommendation. Okay, so did it work? No, it still doesn't like that. So we wrote the play game function, but it's never invoked. So we invoked play game down here. Okay, let's press the I believe button. How is this different from the stuff that we wrote, though? Okay, let's run app.js and play the game. Sure. Okay, sysOS says you block YouTube's ASN advanced firewall. Okay, so node app.js. I'm thinking of a number from 1 through 10. What do you think it is? 5. Nope, try again. It doesn't tell you higher or lower. 3, 7, 9, 1, 2. Quit. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next thing. Errors. Okay, so the node environment supports all of the standard JavaScript errors, such as eval error, syntax error, range error, reference error, type error, and URI error, as well as JavaScript error classes for creating new error instances. So within our own code, we can generate errors and then throw them with synchronous code. With synchronous code in Node, we can use error handling techniques such as try-catch statements. So FYI says ASN stands for Automated Number System. Automated Number System is part of BGP. So BGP stands for Border Gateway Protocol, right? Way too many acronyms in tech, for sure. So Border Gateway Protocol. So the core routing protocol of the internet. And you say that ASN stands for Automated Number System. I'm probably talking about autonomous system numbers. Oh, okay. Autonomous system numbers in networking. All right. So with our own code, we can generate errors and throw them with synchronous code, try-catch statements, errors within the global scope, so we don't need to import a module before using it. That's nice. So many asynchronous Node APIs use error-first callback functions that take an error as the first argument and the data as the second argument. Okay. Rob Vo, hello, nice to see you here. Oh, no worries. I mean, there are too many terms to remember. There are too many terms to remember, especially in tech, when we've got all of these, all this specialized language. Okay, if the asynchronous task results in an error, it will be passed in as the first argument to the callback function. If no error was thrown, then the first argument will be undefined. So, let's see. Constant error first callback equals error data. Error data if error console.log there was an error, and then print the error out. Else error was falsy. Console log there was no error event data. Okay. In order to understand why Node uses error first callbacks in many of its asynchronous APIs, let's demonstrate the traditional try-catch statement. Let's demonstrate that traditional try-catch statements won't work for errors thrown during asynchronous operations. In naive async error.js, we import the local API.js module, which contains the API naive error prone async function method. This asynchronous method throws an error whenever it is passed the input problematic input. We want to try the try-catch statement in naive async error.js to catch this error, but it cannot since the error is thrown asynchronously. Okay, Mello, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done one of our fun video redeems. Let's do one for the desert frog. It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so PPXS, what do you think about incident response? So incident responder, I found it very interesting to learn about. Plus, why is the AI green wizard thing, it doesn't reply to my questions in TryHackMe? The green AI wizard thing? Let's see, let's go back to TryHackMe. So you're talking about, well, I mean, if you want, oh, this thing, right? Yeah. I mean, you don't necessarily have to use the TryHackMe AI stuff. You could use like any other AI chatbot if you want to ask it questions. You could use ChatGPT, you could use Perplexity, you could use Claude, whatever you want. It'll tell you about cybersecurity jobs as well. It's not necessarily illegal hacking, so it's free to talk about it. So what do I think about incident response? Incident response is very stressful. Well, let's talk about it. We haven't fired up our chat text editor yet. So incident responder. So this is a role in cybersecurity. People in incident response have a lot of stress in their lives. Incidents can come at all hours of the day. A lot of IR pros have a incident, like an incident bag that they fill with clothes and tools that they go out into their incidents with. I mean, incident response, it's a very high paying job. Incident responders make a lot of money. I know a person who works in incident response, but they're this person that I know is constantly going through burnout because it's a very high stress job. But if you think that this is really interesting, you can definitely do more research on this. It may or may not be good for your personality type. Okay, Streamlabs says, let's see. Great Felix School of Music, Seben, and Worship has subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. As well as Ridwan Ardiyansha. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but thank you very much for the subscriptions on YouTube. But incident response, definitely try it out. So do some of them, do some of the tasks that are commonly done by incident responders. They do a lot of digital forensic stuff. Give it a try. You might like it. You might not. This is what the research part of getting into cybersecurity is all about. So research cybersecurity roles. If you're interested in making a lot of money, and money is your primary motivator, then incident response might be the place for you. But they really work for their money, is what I'm trying to say. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So research your cybersecurity roles. This is the most important. This is the most important step in your cyber career. If you misidentify the role you want to train for, you can waste a lot of time, effort, and money. So, hold on. Why are we playing this? Okay, let's play some other music. Just a second. Okay, ND Box says, especially if you're working in small companies, IR is a nightmare. I mean, IR is usually something that that is outsourced. So incident response is usually something that's outsourced, unless you've got unless your company is really big, it's not going to have incident responders within the cybersecurity department. Okay, let's play some of this. And I think we can move on to the next part of today's stream now. We only have a couple minutes left. We'll come back to learning about JavaScript. Yay! Probably sometime next week. We'll see. I haven't written the schedule out for next week's streams. Anyways, let's move on to our demonstration. So the demonstration is going to be for the change Windows machine over at Vulnyx.com. Tatted One says, I know how both roles work, but what do you think? What do you think you would enjoy more, red teaming or pen testing? What, well, I mean, red teaming... Sure, let's talk about this for just a little bit. So red teaming versus pen testing. So red teaming and pen testing are very similar. You're both trying, both roles are trying to break into something. Red teamers try to break in without the client knowing. They also emulate. They tend to emulate real threat actors. So by real threat actors, we mean known cyber gangs or nation state. Nation state, oh, what do they call them again? Threat actors. So known cyber gangs or nation state threat actors, they try to emulate the techniques that are used by these groups. As opposed to regular pen testers, they don't do this. They work with the company. The company knows they are going to be tested. So in both cases, they're going to be given a time frame. So red teamers tend to have like a much longer time frame to get their jobs done. Regular pen testers, you could be done within like 3 days or even 2 days. But for red teamers, it might take place over weeks or months. Generally, red teamers are not really... Oh, hello! Kirasek has just rated with a party of 5. And a party of 14. Both of them at the same time. That's kind of weird. But hey, hello! Nice to see you here, Kirasek. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome in. And thank you very much for following Kirasek. And Zilby, hello, nice to see you here. Wow. Anyways, my name is the Shy Hat. We're currently talking about cybersecurity topics. We're about to do a demonstration on a Windows box over here. And wow, Frackery, thank you very much for following. And Echo Do, Peter, William, Greefield Winch. Don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but thank you very much for this subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Pseudonet says, love this channel. Thank you. Thank you very much. Frackery. Hey, what's up, man? What's up? And what was Kirasek up to? I saw he was doing some sort of CTF challenge or a CTF event. Aaron Doe says, do you have any resources to learn about graph theory? Graph theory? Generally computer science, math, all that in a website or something like that. I'm not too sure if I've got something for that in particular, Aaron Doe's, unfortunately. PPX asks, what's the secret behind the frogs and the birds you upload? Did you want to be a vet or a biolist, or do you have them as a pet? Oh, okay. You're doing a CTF tournament. Interesting. Getting rinsed. How long is the event? Is it like 2 or 3 days? Kyake asks, are you a penguin? I'm not a penguin. I'm a frog. But I usually feature the Linux mascot in my thumbnails because it's a great little character. So yeah, we were talking about red teamers versus regular pen testers. Regular pen testers work with the company. The company knows that they're going to be tested. If something goes wrong, they can coordinate. Or they can coordinate with the company. So basically, regular pen testers are red teamers usually have a lot of experience in regular pen testing first. It's very rare to be hired as a red teamer before having a lot of experience as a regular pen tester first. Robo asks, are you going to do more web attacks in the future? Yeah, well, I mean, we're always talking about web stuff over here, so I'm sure you'll find us doing more web stuff in future streams. And Shake something, I don't know how to pronounce that name. So I says they say I got my CRTO red team. Red team is way more satisfying than pen testing. CRTO, well, I mean, CRTO doesn't necessarily, does it teach you red team specific techniques? I thought CRTO taught you about Active Directory hacking in general. But I mean, I haven't taken that certification. If you could let me know more about it, then I'd appreciate that. Mike Fire. Keep doing these streams, enjoying this. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the kind words. Okay, says Frackery says not sure I like this guy. He's kind of, what is that? Mogged? What is that? I don't even know. Oh, it was a 2-day CTF event. Okay, so let me start my demonstration. So we're going to be doing a demonstration on how to hack this Active Directory machine. It's called Change. You can download this VM and try this out yourself. PPX says his pronouns are frog and frog self. He just hops into every conversation. I mean, that's not how I introduce myself necessarily. But anyways, let's get to the Active Directory hacking. So I've downloaded this machine over here, and I've deployed it to my VM network. So I've got my Kali Linux VM here, and the Windows VM Change, we're going to put it on the same network, and then we're going to hack it until we get full access, at least administrator status. So let me go ahead and start up that virtual machine. Frackery says, I'm just kidding. No worries, no worries. Okay, so Change, we will start up the virtual machine. So the first thing we need to do when we do these kind of challenges is we need to find where the machine is on our network. Okay, PPX says, so like if you work in any of those roles and you were good at them, can you do basic stuff like modding a game or an account in social media? Well, I mean, the thing is that any role in cybersecurity is very specialized, and depending on the specialization of the role, you're not going to be, well, I mean, you may or may not be able to do other stuff in cybersecurity. I mean, that's a pretty common misconception. So we're talking about cybersecurity roles. So cybersecurity roles are very specialized. So let's just say we're talking about, let's just suppose we're talking about like somebody who's really famous in cybersecurity. For example, we've got Marcus Hutchins. So Marcus Hutchins, he goes by the name, what was it, Malwarebytes? Malware Tech. So Marcus Hutchins, he's Malware Tech. He does reverse engineering. This is his specialty. So he previously worked as a malware analyst. So he's specialized in reverse engineering and malware analysis. So that's not how you spell malware. Malware, of course. So this person, if they're specialized in reverse engineering, they don't necessarily know about the other branches of cybersecurity. I'm not saying that, you know, I actually don't know if Marcus Hutchins knows a lot about stuff like, oh, I don't know, say cryptography or what are the other ones? Digital forensics. They may or may not know about that. So, like, if you work in a specific role, you work in that specific role. And it's very, very specialized. Okay, and Shake gave a super chat. Wow, thank you for the super chat. Let's see. Updated CRTO is C2 base Cobalt Strike, base Red Team cores. It's got AV, EDR, ASM, AMSI evasion, and process injection. Well, I suppose, I mean, that is stuff that you're typically not going to see in regular pen testing. So yeah. Thank you very much for letting me know about that, Shake. And thank you very much for the super chat. Let's see, £5. Wow. Thank you for that. Okay, so we've got, where we got? So the first thing we need to do is we need to identify the machine on our network. So I've deployed the change machine, and we're just gonna run a ARP scan. So sudo ARP scan on this particular networking range. We're just gonna find what devices are online. Okay, ZB says John Hammond. Juan Hammond? Why are we talking about John Hammond? Okay, Santer asks, would you do an Azure AD CTF? The current AD is on-prem, right? Azure AD, I mean, Azure AD is something I've really haven't looked into myself, although I want to. I want to learn more about cloud hacking stuff. Okay, and let's see. Mello says, I have a bug hunting question. Sometimes a program blocks sign up from certain countries, so I can't create an account to test. Other times it blocks Burp Suite from intercepting requests. Any clue? So Mello, it sounds like, oh, ZB was asking, yeah, I was asking for famous people in cybersecurity. That's true. But yeah, so Mello, you're probably looking at trying to connect from different VPN, from a VPN connection. So VPNs can let you get an IP address from a certain country. So if the application blocks signups from certain countries, you can VPN into a server that is in the countries that it likes. Okay, so we've managed to find out where our device is on the network. So it's going to be this one over here, the 2.1 device. So we're just going to grab this, and we're going to do an nmap scan against it. So we're going to nmap scan over here. We're going to scan all the ports. We're going to scan it very verbose. We're going to scan it very fast, not too fast. We're going to get the versioning information from anything we get over here. So we run the nmap scan. And so if we didn't know that this was a Windows box before, the ports are going to let us know, well, they're going to give us a very strong indication. Persona management asks, a cyber expert not knowing everything is kind of like Mark Klein not knowing what he was repairing for ATT until he hooked up the parts of the internet and decided to sue. Well, cybersecurity experts, they know their specialty. they don't necessarily know other specialties because everything is very highly specialized. So this is why we have to pick a role inside of cybersecurity before we start our training. Otherwise, we start learning, learning stuff that we're not going to be doing in our job. And if we're learning about stuff that we're not doing in our job, then it's not really worth learning. Okay, so we're scanning the box, and so indications that this is a Windows machine are the presence of certain open ports. So 139, 135, 445, 53, these are all typical Windows ports, especially Windows ports that are connected to Active Directory. So Active Directory domain joined, well, okay, not domain joined. These are typical ports for domain controllers. Okay, so another indication that you might be dealing with the Windows machine is all of these open ports on the 40,000 range, which are used by the RPC service. Anyways, we'll just let this machine run for a little bit, and we can start using netexec. So netexec is a pretty common program that we use for Windows hacking in particular. Sorry, I forgot to set my time limits. Okay, I need to set up my timers. Just a second, everybody. So we're going to spend about an hour working on this. Okay, PPX says, let's say it's impossible to learn all the roles. I've seen 80 years isn't enough, maybe possible to do 2 or 3. I'm not saying that it's impossible, I'm saying that most people don't. Most people don't don't study outside of their specialty. People who are interested in all aspects of cybersecurity, they might do training and education for that other roles do, but it's kind of, you can't expect everybody to know everything, because it's not really realistic. Okay, so we were talking about netexec. So netexec is a pretty popular tool. We can do nxc, and then we can specify like a protocol. Let's make this nice and big. So for example, if we've got an IP address over here, we can use netexec to scan SMB, which runs on port 139 and port 445, and we can see if we can access the SMB protocol, and we can see if it can give us any information if we don't give it a username or a password. Okay. So when we run this lets us know that this particular domain is megachange.nyx. So an important part of doing Active Directory, Windows Active Directory testing, is to add this particular domain to our host file so that it resolves correctly. So we can just copy this. We can do sudo nano our etc host file, and we can add this host to our host file so that everything resolves correctly. So now everything, anytime we reference this domain, megachange.nyx, it'll refer to this IP address. Okay, PPX says, I mean, why not? Nothing isn't not worth learning, plus your value in the market is likely to rise. Let's compare cybersecurity to medicine, right? So if we're talking about healthcare roles, okay, let's just, instead of healthcare roles, let's talk about doctors. So doctors can have a lot of different specializations. You can have cancer doctors. Those are oncologists. They don't learn the same stuff that pediatric doctors learn. This is child health specialty, you wouldn't have a lot of like cross-pollination like in the health industry. It's not realistic to say that everybody needs to learn everything inside of cybersecurity. Okay. NDBox says, can you say a couple of words regarding ages? After 30 years old, is it possible to work as a pen tester? I started working as a pen tester when I was 41, and I started learning cybersecurity when I was 40. So 30 is not too late. Okay, SysOS, etc. Old school DNS. Yeah, some old school DNS right here. Age is just a number. Well, I mean, there is getting so old that even getting yourself to the classroom is difficult, but I wouldn't say 30 is too old. Anyways, let's go back to what we were doing. We were hacking. So we find a bunch of ports. We'll get a big report on what the ports are serving in just a little bit. We see that from our netexec program over here, we got a domain. We know that this domain, lets us get information from it without having any username or password. So, Second Mind says, I was 33 when I got my first pentester gig. That's that's a vote of confidence for the people who are getting into cybersecurity later in their lives. So WM and Wofford says, master one thing before jumping into others. Santer says, oh my god, you sound young. Well, thank you. Thank you. That's quite the compliment. Thank you very much. Okay, so what's next? So we're scanning this particular box. One of the things we want to figure out in any of these Windows Active Directory environments is what our usernames are. So you can do username enumeration using a specialized tool. So the specialized tool is called Kerbrute. So Kerbrute is a tool that can, hold on, let me get the GitHub repository. Here you go. So Shake says, SMB client is very good for listing directories in null access. Kerberos hacking, nice. Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with the domain controller. So a lot of these standalone exercises for Active Directory are usually against domain controllers. So not only do you have your Active Directory attacks, you can also do your domain controller attacks as well. So it's usually a good indication that we're dealing with a domain controller if it exposes ports like 53 and 88. We'll find those in just a little bit. Thank you very much for subscribing, Kifaru's Codeblaze. Codebase. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you. Shake says you can try netexec with rid-brute argument for user enumeration. I find that so rid-brute is that's still SMB, but I find, well, I mean, you probably have a lot more experience than I do regarding Active Directory hacking, Shake, because you did the Certified Red Team course, so Certified Red Team Operator course. But I'm just introducing this tool over here. It's called Kerbrute, and Kerbrute uses the Kerberos protocol to brute force usernames, and I'll explain how it does that. Well, I won't explain how it does that, but we'll explain how to use the tool. So for any of these, for this particular tool, you have to download a binary to use, so you can find it in releases. So we're using Linux AMD 64, so we're going to be using this one over here. So I'm just going to copy that link, and then we're going to wget this thing down. Okay, Shake says Kerbrute is a standard yet amazing tool. Definitely, yeah. I mean, the thing is that I'm trying to introduce tools that that actual professionals use. Well, with a few exceptions, sometimes I introduce some older tools. But anyways, let's chmod this thing. So we'll make it executable, and then we can start trying to enumerate the usernames. using this command. Let me get my notes. But if you want to learn about hacking Windows Active Directory stuff, you need to learn a lot. Well, you could learn a few different tools, but the main tool that I suggest you learn is netexec, NXC. We do a lot of netexec stuff when we do our Windows hacking over at HackerFrogs. Okay, let me get that command for krbroot. So it's going to look something like this. Okay, let's make this nice and big. So PPX asks, what time do you usually go live in your country? It's 2:30 every time I go to sleep. I check YouTube and you find you live around this time. And I still watch it better than sleeping. Well, what does NXC do? So NXC is netexec, and netexec is a very it's a very well developed program for doing Windows hacking. So if you want to learn more about it, there's an entire wiki page that's dedicated to this tool. So what time do you usually go live? Well, I mean, I usually go live, these days I'm going live at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon in North America on the West Coast. So we have a schedule over here that we usually, it's a Swiss Army knife tool for dealing with Windows hacking. So this is how we use the krbroot tool. We need to specify the name. We need to run it in user enum mode. We need to give a domain controller, which is, a domain. So D stands for domain, which is megachange.nix. We need to give a word list with a bunch of usernames. So we typically use this one over here. Zatonet 10 million usernames.txt. And then we give the domain controller IP address over here. So let's go ahead and run that over here. Where's my brute forcing tab? Here it is. Nope, that's not the right link. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Nixon Roman, thank you. Okay. Let me grab my command one more time. Okay, so I just need to change up the domain controller because the IP address has changed. Okay, Cypher asks, would being a human make it kind of hard to get into cybersecurity, or do I need to be some kind of vampire or zombie? Well, I mean, I'm not completely sure about that. But anyways, we were able to use the krbroot program to do a bunch of brute force enumeration on usernames, and we were able to find a bunch of valid usernames. So if we were to find valid usernames, we could probably copy them all. Well, yeah. So we'd probably copy them all, and then we could use some Linux foo to create a list. So we can go into, let's see. Let's make another tab. We'll call this one research. We'll give it a fancy color, like blue. Okay, so raw users.txt is this, and then we would use our Linux foo. Is the word list a custom one? No, we're using common word lists. So in this case, we're using this one over here, which you can find on Kali Linux. Okay, so SysOS says, based on my experience, you need it to be a little bit weird to get into cybersecurity. Not a zombie or vampire, but a nerd most definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody who's into cybersecurity they're probably all massive nerds. Anyways, although some of my contemporaries probably disagree. Okay, so we got these usernames right here. Let's use some Linux foo. Let's see. Oh, what is the name of the command? I used to do this stuff all the time. Was it awk, or was it, how do you get the fifth field or whatever it is? Was it tr or was it awk? Can somebody help me out? Let's just ask. Linux command get second field space separator. Cut. Yeah. That's what I was looking for. So cut d space. Actually, the delimiter will make it the colon. Oh no, the colon's not a good idea. Let's do cut d. Yeah, let's do space. So we're just going to guess at the field. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We wanted 8. No, we wanted 9. Oh, too many spaces, huh? Man, that took a while. Anyways, okay, so cut D, cut out all the stuff, and then we get rid of all the empty spaces. TRD space. Okay. What is the best operating system for you? Well, I mean, when we're hacking, I guess Linux is the best one that we're using for cybersecurity. But welcome to the stream. I can't pronounce your name. I'm afraid. Okay, so yeah, so we're just going to turn this into something called users.txt. We can also edit this a little bit so that we can get rid of some of these repeats. So the repeats are the ones with the capital letters, these ones. So this is what we've got for our users. So we got Alfredo at Megachange. We got administrator. Actually, we don't need the stuff for the @. We don't need this stuff either. We're just gonna work with this. Okay. So we've got a list of users. And another thing we could do is we could try to brute force these users' passwords. So typically brute forcing isn't something we do right away with these kind of challenges, but in this case, in this particular scenario, brute forcing is the correct thing to do. So what we can do is we can use curbrute again. So along with the user enumeration feature, we can also brute force the password using curbrute. So we're just going to go, I think, hold on, let me get the command. Okay, so Cypher says, I have a text file filled with different Linux and grep commands for things like that. I mean, I used to know it by heart, but if you don't use something for a few weeks, you start forgetting that stuff. Okay, so this is the command we're going to be using here. So it's the same, well, let's get rid of the previous command. So we're running curbrute in brute user mode. Also, there's so many, yeah, there are way too many commands. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I really advocate for taking notes. So if you take good notes when you're doing your cybersecurity exercises, you can look back at your notes for all the commands that you used. And that really helps you out if you ever have to do it again. So we're going to brute the user. We have to specify the domain controller, the domain, the word list we're going to be using as our password list, as well as the user that we're going to be targeting. In this case, it's the Alfredo user. So I think we can use this command. I just need to switch out the DC IP address. Okay, so let me just copy this. We can paste it directly into our terminal and we can use it. So yeah, copy. Somebody mentioned like copy paste being a very important thing in cybersecurity. Yeah, that's a very big, it's a very big yes for me. Okay, so we run curbrute. We're trying to brute force the Alfredo user's password, and we're able to get it done pretty quickly. So brute forcing using Kerberos seems to be a lot faster than brute forcing using the SMB protocol. So there are different protocols we can use to achieve the same stuff inside of a Windows, when we're querying like a Windows server. But when we're doing our brute force attacks, I find that using Kerberos is a lot faster than using SMB. But we found this password over here, password 1, very secure. And with this, we can start doing some enumeration to see what the Alfredo user has. So Alfredo, password 1. We can go back to netexec, and then we'll just put in our username and password, Alfredo, password 1, and we'll see if this is the correct, if these are the correct credentials. Okay, SysOS says I typically log my terminal using tools like script or AS Cinema. I've never heard of that one, but that's a pretty good idea. If you log your terminal, then you'll know all of the commands that you used inside of it. Okay, so now that we've got a working set of credentials, we can do some, now that we've got a working set of credentials, we can actually use a more powerful tool to understand what's going on inside of the Active Directory environment. So this tool is called Bloodhound. And so Bloodhound is basically a big database filled with Active Directory server information that can be used to determine where there might be security flaws. So the first thing you do before you can do Bloodhound enumeration is you need to have an active domain user. And we've got we've got a valid domain user account over here as Alfredo. So we can do this command to get our Bloodhound information. So we're still using the netexec command here. Okay. Okay, so we're running netexec on the LDAP protocol. At this IP address, our username and password, we're specifying that we're going to be getting Bloodhound information, and we're going to collect all of the information from the server. Okay, so Nitro-based, hello. Yeah, let me give you the link. Get into Cyber. Follow the link here, and hopefully it'll give you a head start on how to get into cybersecurity, if that's what you're looking for. Okay, so let me go ahead and switch out my IP address. So we're just going to use this command over here with netexec. And we're also going to give a DNS server, because sometimes the commands require you to specify the domain controller and the DNS. In this case, that is also the case. Okay, so no sharphound. I've never learned how to use sharphound, so when I do Bloodhound enumeration, I usually just use the netexec. Okay, I have basics like Linux and networking in Python. Okay. Well, I mean, I think you could still benefit to check out the link, because the link also talks about different roles in cybersecurity. But if you know stuff like Linux and networking in Python already, you're definitely ahead of the curve. Definitely ahead of the curve, especially compared to other people who come to cybersecurity from absolute zero. Anyways. We've got our information, so compressing output into this directory here, we've got a zip file. So the next thing we need to do is we actually need to start up the Bloodhound program, which can sometimes be a big pain in the butt. So wish me luck, everybody. Okay, learning about bug bounty from books. I mean, good luck to you with that. If you're trying to get into your first cybersecurity role and you want to do bug bounty, I'm not sure if that's the correct way to do it. So if you want to get into web app security, that's fine. I wouldn't get into bug bounty as my first role in cybersecurity, because you can, if you're coming from, if you're not coming at it from like a web app security, if you don't already have experience doing web app pen testing, it could take you months or years before you get your first bounty. So Shake says, NetExec is too powerful for AD. Almost all the attacks can be done from this, including the Bloodhound attack. I mean, one of the reasons why I like NetExec is that it's an all-in-one tool. So let me run Bloodhound CLI. Ooh, I don't have it. Locate. Just a second, everybody. I need to figure out how to run the thing. Bloodhound. I had it running this morning. Okay, usage, Bloodhound CLI. Compilation. Okay, so I'm just going to download the Bloodhound CLI tool over here. Okay, Nitrobase says, nah, my friend, it's just it's new just 1 month, and I found IDOR vulnerabilities in different websites. Well, I mean, if you found IDOR vulnerabilities in different websites within a month, then you don't need my help. Good luck with your bug bounty journey. Okay, so let's untar this, and then let's run the Bloodhound CLI. Okay, so let's see. Docker is installed in the system, but the daemon is not running, or access was. Oh, okay. We need to run this with sudo. So I'm running Bloodhound like this. I'm basically running it through a Docker container, because I hate dealing with Bloodhound. Well, everything that up until the point where we have the program running is just a gigantic pain in the butt for me. Okay, Sisoa says, if you already can do the thing, go do the thing. Yeah, that's my advice. PPX says, if you're busy and do one TryHackMe task in 2 years, will you learn anything? I mean, you need to spend, well, it's hard to say. I came from absolutely nothing, and I studied cybersecurity for 18 months before I got my first job. I was doing it full time. You might be able to do it in less time, or it might take longer. You might not be able to do it full time. Everybody's circumstances are a bit different. Okay, Andybox says, the competition in bug bounty platforms is terrible. If your friend was lucky to find a vulnerability, it could have been a duplicate. What was your first role in cybersecurity? I did web app security for about half a year. Leon, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so Bloodhound is ready to go. So we should be able to log in to our local host to access Bloodhound. Okay, go back to go here. So we got Bloodhound running in our local environment. So admin, the password we need to grab over here. Okay, so we've got Bloodhound running over here. The first thing we need to do inside of Bloodhound is we need to import the information that we got from the Windows server. So we can go over here, quick upload, and then we can specify the zip file that we got from netexec. So it ends up in our home directory .nxc logs. So we just got this one over here. We open it, and then we click on upload, and then we can close out, and then we can start looking for users that we control. So we control the Alfredo user. Where is it? Yeah, so we've got access to this user. So NitroBase says 5 IDOR and 3 XSS in different websites. So NitroBase, you kind of undersold yourself. Didn't you say that that you have the basics of Linux and networking in Python? You didn't say that. You didn't talk about your training and education in web stuff. Oh, you're talking about your friend. Your friend. Okay, so I mean, how much experience does your friend have, though? So PPX says, where did all the discipline come from to start from nothing to a fully disciplined person spending full-time days for 18 months? It was COVID. We didn't have anything better to do during COVID. So I just locked myself in my room and I studied cybersecurity and networking and all that other good stuff. Okay, so we've got control over Alfredo. So we can just put that into Bloodhound. Alfredo. So this is the object over here. So Alfredo at megachange.nix. So afterwards we can click on this object and it tells us a lot of information based on the Active Directory environment. Bloodhound, zero hacked zero. Bloodhound is so good. Bloodhound is along with netexec, Bloodhound is the tool. Bloodhound and netexec are the two main tools that you'll use for Windows Active Directory hacking. So one thing that we want to check for our user here is whether or not they've got control over other users. We can also take a look at like groups that the user is part of, because depending on the groups that they're part of, it could give us privilege escalation as well. But in this case, we've got one case of outbound object control that we can use for privilege escalation. So this user, Alfredo, is able to do force change password on another user that is called sysadmin. Okay, ZeroHack0 says, couldn't agree more. I wouldn't even know where to start if I didn't have them. I mean, people did hacking on Windows Active Directory before netexec and Bloodhound. It's just that it was a lot harder. Okay, so if we click on this over here, force change password, it tells us all about this particular vulnerability, or these privileges rather. So general, the user Alfredo has the capability to change the user's password without knowing that user's current password. So if we wanted to take advantage of this, it tells us whether or not how we can abuse this, depending on if we're working from a Windows machine or a Linux machine. It also has some other stuff talking about how we can potentially prevent this kind of problem, and other commentary. But for Linux abuse, it tells us that we can use the netrpc password, the net command on Linux, in order to change the password of the user. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, Nitrobase says, I'm learning the basics of the Web Application Hacker's Handbook. Well, I mean, if you want to learn about bug bounty stuff, learning bug bounty stuff and learning like learning like web app hacking stuff, it's the same, because bug bounty stuff is taking advantage of web app hacking. So the same thing kind of thing would apply if you're looking for web app hacking stuff in particular. I can give you some links. Here you go. PrivEsc Academy, yeah, that's definitely a really good place to go. The book was written by, it was written by one of the founders of PrivEsc Academy. I'm not a person that learns from books. I'm a person who learns by doing exercises. So this is what I recommend. So the stuff over here. Okay, so netrpc password sysadmin HackerFrogs1. This is the password we're going to switch it to. We've got a user, megachange.nix, Alfredo, and then password 1, and a I guess S is the system we're contacting. Okay, let's go back in here. Ooh, that's not it. Okay, Nose Neaton Goidia says, I could never do bug bounty or make money with CS. Bug bounty or make money with CS. By CS you mean cybersecurity, right? I mean, if you really like cybersecurity, you should get into cybersecurity. If you don't enjoy cybersecurity, if it doesn't interest you, don't get into cybersecurity. That's all. Okay, let me grab that command. So I just need to change out the IP address here. Okay, we run the command, and now we can check whether or not the sysadmin's password has been changed. Huh. This looks a little bit weird. I don't know if this actually went through. Hold on. We definitely want to make sure that everything's between some single quotes over here. Okay, No says, my brain is not that good. Well, I mean, if you don't think you can do cybersecurity, then test it with netexec. Yeah, we should probably test it with netexec. Okay, so let's go ahead and run netexec then. So it's going to be user sysadmin. Whoops. Password is HackerFrogs1. Okay, so it looks like we've got access to this user now. So it's, well, all right. So now that we have control over the user, so the sysadmin user, we can go back to Bloodhound, and we can look up what this user has. So just get rid of this. Plug this in. Okay, and we can click on this. So Defa says netrpc doesn't give responses on success. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't. Yeah. Let's take a look. Okay, so this user here, sysadmin, we can go down into the information and we can find out which users this user is a part of. So the important thing to take note of is that this user is part of the remote management users group, and this implies that they're able to log in to the system using a different service, which is the WinRM service. So we can go back and we can check whether or not we've got access. So we just do nxc with the sysadmin and the password. We check whether or not this person can get access to the WinRM protocol over here, or the service. Sick of the Mind says, I mean, knows you work that out with your therapist, but consider cybersecurity as a leveled up IT. You have to start with the basics before you can get into the intermediate. I mean, I think anybody could get into cybersecurity if they've got the right mindset and the discipline to learn about the basics. So the basics being fundamental IT topics and computer networking. Of course, you don't necessarily need to be a technical person to work in cybersecurity, because there are roles in cybersecurity that don't have very much technical knowledge at all. But I'm not really qualified to talk about those kind of roles because I don't know very much about them. Okay, so if we've got access with WinRM, then we can try to log in as this user. And usually users that have WinRM access are administrator level users. So we can go back and let's take a look. So member of users, remote management users, domain users, authenticated users, everyone. It doesn't say that they're an administrator though, but we can check it out. We're going to go back and we're going to use another program. ZeroHack0 says, gotta run, TryHack. Happy hacking and keep up the good work. Yeah, thank you very much, ZeroHack0, and thank you very much for coming by. Alright, so we've got an ad on Twitch right now, so when ads run on Twitch, we take a little break and we put on the birds. I love my birds, and let's put on these woodpeckers here. Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Enjoy the music and the birds. Okay, let's put these birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Alright, so we found out that we've got access as this user. Well, we don't have access. We gave ourselves access as this user by changing their password. Okay, so let's go ahead and use another program we can use to log into this particular service on port 5985. It's called the WinRM service. Cypher says, I have an IT bachelor's degree and experience in tech support and coaching, some volunteer and intern web development. I'm just lacking in solid experience to get into cybersecurity. Which role are you aiming for, Cypher? Is it web app pen testing or something else? Okay, let me get my command that we can use for the program to access using. Well, we're gonna get access to the server directly with the evil WinRM with the evil WinRM program. So evil WinRM, it's basically a way for us to interact with the WinRM service with our proper credentials. Okay, so we directly log in, and now we are in as the sysadmin user. So I don't know, just for fun, we'll call out Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man. So ND Box says the birds are really nice. Thank you, thank you. I love watching the birds, and I love feeding the birds. It's kind of a hobby of mine.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Change Administrator, it seems like your users enjoy using weak passwords. Well, this is a big mistake. We're able to brute force the password for this user, and then use their ability to change other users' passwords, which I don't really understand why that's a thing, but it is a thing, and we managed to get access to another user by changing their password through the first ones. From there, we found out that this user has access to the WinRM service, which is also a big mistake. But anyways, we managed to use this user to get into the system. Maybe you know about these security flaws in your system, or you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now we're in.
Okay, now we're in. All right, Cypher says, I thought it would start in pentesting, then advance to more forensics-related positions. Interesting. So, were you thinking of web app in particular, or like also like Windows Active Directory stuff, or something else? So Ronan says netexec added --SAM option to WinRM, not just SMB. SAM. Actually, I don't know what the SAM feature is for netexec. SAM parameter. It's been like months. It's been months since I've taken a look at Windows hacking stuff. Okay, NDBox says, "Do you be a nice actor for the next Mr. Robot season?" I'm pretty sure they don't make that show anymore. But thank you very much for the endorsement, Emiliano Marine. I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name, but greetings from Argentina. Hello, nice to see you here. Ronan says, "Dump Sam creds." Oh, really? That's interesting. Difa says, "Ask the IT support of the company why changing, resetting the password of a different user is a thing." That's that's pretty funny, is what it is. Anyways, so okay, so this user here, I think I remember the privilege escalation for this. Yeah, it's in my notes, and this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna check for auto login credentials. So auto login is a feature in Windows for some reason, and if auto log is enabled for a specific user, then we would be able to find out what that user's password is. So we see here that the administrator's password is this over here, because the administrator has auto login enabled on the system. King Malhair. Of course it was King Malhair. Anyways, okay, so from here, we were able to get this information so we can test whether or not this is actually the administrator user's password. So let's just get out of here from now. So we'll test with this password as the administrator user. So if we've got access to the administrator user's account, it's game over. Oh, I'm still in Evil WinRM. Okay, we need to check with netexec. Okay. Defus says, people will forget their password, so how are they supposed to log in again without having permission to reset it? It's actually very common. It's actually very common that there are special users who are able to change and reset passwords. I mean, isn't it usually only the administrator user, or do they give the, or is it common to give that kind of permission to users that are not administrators. I guess it kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense in the fact that you might have like an IT support user who is able to reset passwords. Yeah, I mean, from that perspective, it does make sense, Divas. Second in Mind says it's a delegation role for AD for users that might manage an OU. Okay, so Divas says no, you don't want to have an active administrator full privileges user in your environment. Okay, so we've got access to this administrator user, and of course the administrator user would have access with WinRM. So we can just log in as this user, and we can just march on into the administrator user's desktop directory. That's usually where the flags are held. Okay, we got the root.txt flag over here. We're not going to be reading it, but we do have access to it. And basically that's it for this system. So we managed to use a few different tools. We used netexec, which is pretty common. We also used krbroot for username and password brute forcing. And we used netexec. Well, we used even more netexec for Bloodhound enumeration, and then we used the actual Bloodhound program, which came in very handy for identifying flaws within the system. Okay, let's go ahead and wrap this up. So if you have any questions about the stuff that we did during this particular demonstration, let us know. I'm not really an expert on Windows hacking techniques, but I've managed to teach myself at least this much. Okay, let's get out of here. Thank you very much for following Mr. Nasty. Much appreciated. Second Mind says, like a help desk person you would have without an admin account, but it's got elevated privileges in certain systems, or AD. In an enterprise environment, that would be used as a +1 account versus like a break glass account that's heavily monitored when the credentials are rotated or leased out of a credentialed management solution. Usually in larger enterprises, this is how they manage credentials. Makes sense? Okay, so let me go ahead and shut down the virtual machine. Usually I don't mind having virtual machines just, running on the system, but Windows virtual machines take up a lot of RAM. So I need to free up those resources for my host computer. Okay, so we'll be doing another Windows box at the end of today's stream, and it's another virtual machine from Vulnyx. This one's called Misconfigured. If you want to try this out yourself, you're certainly welcome to download the machine and put it on your own VM network. Okay, so let's stop the timer and get ready for the third topic. So we're going to be going back to... Where are we going back to? So we're doing topic 3, which is PowerShell. Yay! Or, well, maybe not so yay, but anyways, PowerShell is something that you're going to be using a lot of if you do a lot of Windows stuff. PowerShell is also a vector through which we can do like hacking scripts. It used to be very, very popular, but PowerShell it basically waxes and wanes in popularity as like a malware introduction vehicle, but yeah. Anyways, if you want to learn along with us, we're doing a free course over here. PowerShell on Linux? No, we're not doing PowerShell on Linux. We're just learning about PowerShell. Okay, let's go back here, and before we continue, let me just clear off my terminals, because I feel I've got a lot of stuff just floating around. Okay, so we're going to be learning PowerShell. So this is a free course. It's supposed to take about 6 hours to complete, and it's a beginner level course. So PowerShell is the Well, it's the scripting language of choice over on Windows machines. So let's go ahead and start the course. Okay, welcome to Learn PowerShell. Whether you work in DevOps or sysadmin roles or want to add PowerShell to your digital toolbox, this lesson's contents will get you started with this powerful command line tool. Okay, so it's actually a lot older than I thought it would be. So it was introduced in like 2006. What versions of Windows didn't have PowerShell on it? So I'm thinking like probably like Windows XP might have had PowerShell on it. Let me take a look at the timeline for Windows. Windows versions timeline. List of Microsoft Windows versions. Okay, so they're talking about PowerShell being introduced in 2006. So 2006 would be, oh, it was after Windows 2000. Wow. So we're talking about stuff like, okay, so it wouldn't have been on Windows XP. It would have been on Windows Vista and Server 2008. Was it not introduced with Windows NT? Well, I mean, according to this, it was introduced in 2006. But I don't know. It might have been floating around before. Not completely sure. Okay, so we'll learn about using PowerShell, including common commands, navigating the terminal, and writing scripts. So one thing that a lot of people complain about when dealing with PowerShell is that everything is super verbose, which means that you have to do a lot of typing. Okay, click to start your your PowerShell journey. Okay, let's do it. So what is PowerShell? It's a command line shell and scripting language. That means we can run individual commands within the terminal. Okay. So most computer interfaces involve a GUI or graphic user interface. So this is strictly terminal. So it's command line terminal, kind of like what we use on Linux, but it is Windows flavored. So if we look at the essential file system management, creating folders for 20 users might involve dozens or hundreds of mouse movements and clicks using a graphic interface. Alternatively, a single command in the PowerShell terminal can take a list of names and create folders for each. So it's basically, it's a great scripting language to do a lot of administration tasks inside of a Windows environment. Okay, so use the terminal output. Using terminal output is the main way to receive feedback from PowerShell. Give it a try. Write host. Oh, I didn't know that this existed. Okay, sure. Write host hello world. Okay. Is this the echo command? The echo command is write host. Okay, NDBox says, is it possible to shorten the commands like get content to GC? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can alias almost any command inside of PowerShell to give it like something a little bit easier. So, I mean, inside of Windows, you can do stuff like ls for, oh gosh, what is the commandlet for ls? ls is like get child item or something. Anyways, let's continue. So basic commands. So PowerShell can help us accomplish many different tasks. PowerShell commands are called commandlets, which is pronounced commandlets. Their names help us identify their action because they're given a verb noun command format such as get date. dir, right? So dir is another alias, right? You can use the dir command, but the dir command is actually, you can also use the ls command. It's slightly different though. So dir gives you like a list format, ls does not. Oh, okay. dir.exe is yeah. I mean, dir predates PowerShell. So dir is a DOS command. ls is like get child item. Yeah. So this is the... But strangely enough, ls doesn't exactly run get child item. So I guess it's like something a little bit different. Okay, so it has the verb get and the noun date. So get date and write host are just a couple of the many commandlets we can run in the PowerShell terminal. To discover more commands available to us, use get command. Get command. Okay, so there are all of these ones over here. What's the execution policy set to? Are we hacking already? I'm not. Can we get execution policy? Unrestricted. Okay, so we can run whatever we want. It's time to hack. No, it's not time to hack. Okay, to output all get commands, we just need to pass an argument using the verb flag. So get command verb get. So these are all the get commandlets. So we got get item, property, etc., etc. Boscan says, "Hi, Mrs. Frog." I'm not a Mrs. Frog, I'm a Mr. Frog. Your lives are pretty cool. Which Linux distrib do you use, and which Linux distribution do you use, and why? I mean, I'm the only Linux distribution I use on a regular basis is Kali Linux. Because I do all of my cybersecurity stuff from a Kali Linux virtual machine. Cybernerd Dante, Mrs. Frog, yeah. Okay, yeah, no worries, Boscans. But yeah, Kali Linux because it has all of my cybersecurity stuff, and because I've been using it for 5 years. Yeah, I've been learning cybersecurity for 5 years, and I've only ever used Kali Linux extensively. But I mean, I'm not opposed to using other Linux distributions. It's just I've never really had a reason to. Anyways, okay. So the verb flag looks for any commands whose verb matches the given argument, get. You can also look for specific nouns, so get command noun host. I didn't know that this kind of stuff was available. So get command noun host. So clear host, get host, out host, read host, write host. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Yale. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, lastly, as with any terminal session, our screen can get filled with a lot of text. To clear the terminal, use the following: clear host. So clear host. One thing we need to understand about PowerShell is that most of the time it's not what is the word? It's not case sensitive. So clear hosts with all lowercase and clear host like this, or even clear hosts. These are all the same command. Okay, so in the exercises in this lesson, use the check work button within the terminal. Okay, great. So start by outputting today's date. So that's the get date. And then click on check work. Good. Okay, so now output any text you want to using write host. Write host. Do we just give it as an argument directly? HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, it works. Okay, so Fozade says, how often would you say that you destroy your RAM? What? How often would you say you destroy your RAM after performing certain tasks? Destroy your... I don't know, I'm not too sure what you're asking here, Fozade. I don't I mean, there might be tasks that are hard on my RAM. I don't actively try to destroy it in any way. Okay, let's see if there are any other commands that act on the date. So what was it? Get command noun date. So there's get date and set date. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. So Fozite is asking if we should destroy our RAM after doing certain things on your computer. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you should be destroying your RAM. The thing about your RAM is that I'm pretty sure your RAM deletes everything, all the data inside of the. Well, I mean, we're talking about like volatile memory, right? So volatile memory is going to be deleted. All the data inside of volatile memory is deleted after you power down your system. So you don't necessarily need to destroy your RAM. You just need to power down your system, and all the stuff in there is going to get deleted, right? I mean, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, let me know. Anyways, check work. Okay, clean up your terminal by running a single command. So that's clear host. Okay, great. So sysOS says RAM loses its charge within 30 seconds in normal operation temperature. Second line says not 100% true. So memory isn't saved. Yeah, I mean, in general, the memory is introduced as something that only keeps data on it until the system is powered off. But you can extract data from the memory, but the memory has to be in use at the time. You can take a memory snapshot, but you can't power down your device and take the memory snapshot. It has to be while the device is running. sysOS says you can delay it. You can delay it by cooling it. You can delay the memory loss or the data loss by cooling the RAM. I've never heard of that technique. So memory is the last thing you need to worry about for security reasons. The programs are much more the issue, and long-term storage. Yeah, well, you're more interested in your storage drives and the data on that. Okay, done. And move on to the next thing. So using the terminal. So let's see. When using the PowerShell terminal, a few practical actions can make it easier. So tab autocomplete, great. If there's only one command that the partial command can be, such as get D, then hitting the tab will autofill the thing. Okay, so get D. Awesome. Liquid cooling helps. Just stir some water on it, of course. Okay, so let's see. If more than one command matches, the partial command will list the other commands. So so it lists out all of the potential stuff that could be. Sure. All right. So there's command history. So with most modern terminals, a command history can be stored in a file. So we can get history. And, well, I mean, you can also go up and down in your terminal to get previous commands. Also very handy. So sysOS is a link for a cold boot attack. Oh, I forgot the timer. That's true. Thank you very much for letting me know about it, Mello. What time is it now? So we're going to go on for another 35 minutes. Okay, Fozite says, I always get rid of any storage drives like SSDs and just use flash drives for storage. I think you might benefit from reading this book. It's called The Art of Invisibility, and it was written by the late great Kevin Mitnick. So let's see, you can probably get it from Amazon. You can probably find it online somewhere as well. So these are for the people who are very interested in privacy. History with the up and down arrow keys. Yeah, we talked about that. So let's look at all of the get commands. So get and then hit tab. So this shows us all the get commands. Done. So look at all the get commands available. Type get ti and then hit the, well, ti time zone. Okay. Once get time zone auto completes, hit enter. So what time zone are we in? All right, great. Next. So now run the command get hosts and hit enter. So get hosts is our computer name. Console host. So does get host... That's like... That's not the same as host name. Okay, so what does get host actually do? Is there like a help? So get host help. No. So I just need to find out really quick. We are in the only true time zone, of course. All right, so let's see. PowerShell commandlet help. Do you have any books to learn and get better with Linux or different forms of coding? How did you get started into cyber? So, I mean, I've got a list. I've got a little website, Get Into Cyber. Take a look at the links over there. So to get help for PowerShell command, let's use get help command followed by the name of the command. So get help command name. Okay, let's go back. Get help, get host. Okay, alias is none. Get help cannot find the help files. Oh, okay. I guess it doesn't exist then. Great. Smiling Proud says, Linux, are you sure? Linux, are you sure? Why would we not be sure about Linux? Yes. Yes, a link from the best frog hacker here. Well, I mean, you know, you can trust me or you can not trust me. I can also give you the direct link. It's just that the direct link might not work for YouTube. The direct link works for Twitch, but I'm pretty sure that if the links are too long, they get hacked off on YouTube. Microsoft strikes again. Help only online and not available, of course. Back. Okay, so run the command get host and hit enter. Great. Use the up and down arrow keys. Ooh. Okay, then hit enter. All right, we can switch up our music. Let's play something a little bit more exciting. Jessine says, for the FBI agents tracking my internet activity, I'm watching this for my entertainment. Well, I mean, you know, we don't do anything bad over here. So lastly, type get hi and hit the tab key. Get hi. Get history. Great. Okay, so we've got all our commands that we gave before. Done. Next. Wait, that did not work. Fozite says, tell us your cybersecurity. How did this all start? I mean, my personal cybersecurity story is not very exciting. I mean, I can talk about it really quickly if you want me to. Okay, 2020, wanted to switch careers. Lockdown started. Had a lot of time to study. Studied for 18 months. Joined the local cybersecurity community. They helped me get a job. Worked as a web app pen tester for 6 months. Got burnt out and decided to do cybersecurity teaching. Now here, smiley face. Smiling Proud says, "What team are you on?" I'm pretty solidly on the red team. I do study blue team topics because, well, I'd like to be able to teach those topics in the future. That's a great work ethic. Well, I mean, we will see. We will see. So writing scripts. Well-executed PowerShell commands can accomplish a lot, but sometimes we must perform complex tasks requiring multiple commands. Okay, so we need to write PowerShell scripts and run it in the terminal. So to run a script, open up any text editor and write out commands, and name the file with the PS1 file extension. Okay, so I guess we're writing our script over here. So NDBox says, "Why did you burn out? Can you tell me more?" So Smiling Proud says, "Red team for Linux." Well, I mean, when you hack, when you do security testing, you don't get to choose what you're hacking. So if the target is using Linux, then you need to learn how to hack the Linux. If the target is using Windows, you need to learn how to hack the Windows. So that's how it is. Why did I get burnt out? So I got burnt out because I felt like there was well, I got burnt out doing my web app pentester job because it felt like it was really tough work. I was new to the field, and I felt like I needed additional training. So that's another one of the reasons why I decided to stop with the web app pentester job. So I've been doing a lot of learning on my own since then. Okay, so let's say hola, no sé hago aquí, pero ye estoy aquí. I don't know how to speak Spanish, unfortunately. Richard. Hello, nice to see you here. Smiling Proud says, "Does Linux use mbox?" I'm not too sure what mbox is. Thank you very much for following. Time Traveler 9791. Hello, nice to see you here. SysOS says, "If the target is using Temple OS, you pray and ignore the target." Well, I mean, sometimes you can choose, and sometimes you can't choose. Okay, so they want us to, well, I mean, scripting, sure. Scripting is basically running one command after another that will run when you run the script. Okay, there's now a script file, script.ps1. Use the script to print out a prompt and then the current date. A prompt. To start on the first line, use write host to output a prompt about the date. Something like the current date is. So write host. This is today's date. And then get date. Okay, so let's see. Scarlet J says mbox equals busybox. Mbox equals busybox. Busybox meaning the Linux tool or something else. Scarlet J, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, Prince By asks how to start bug bounty. Prince By, what's your background as far as tech is concerned? Because I wouldn't recommend getting into bug bounty as your first job in cybersecurity. It's not a good way to go, in my opinion. Mava, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up with you? Fozite says, do you think VPNs are fully reliable in cloaking your location? If not, what are some better alternatives? Well, I mean, they're not too many alternatives. You're talking about using VPNs to mask your location, because when you connect to a VPN server, your internet traffic seems to be coming from that VPN server. It's basically a proxy. Okay, when you're done, click run. Did it work? Okay, and then on the second line of script PS1, use getDate. Oh, okay, well. Now in the terminal, run the script. So we will clear, and then /script.ps1. Okay, Ima asks, are there man pages on PowerShell? There should be man pages on PowerShell. You should be able to do get help and then do the name of the command. So, I mean, we're in PowerShell in here, right? Get help on get host. Yeah, so normally you would use this to get help on any of the commandlets, but unfortunately the help is not here. That's unfortunate. Okay, so we did that. In the terminal, did you run the command script.ps1? Didn't we? Okay. All right, next thing. Bossgans asks, do you post the lives on YouTube? Yeah, I do post the lives on YouTube. So if you go to my YouTube page, you can look at any previous live streams if you want to. Scarlett J says, yes, the Linux tool they use in IoT devices. I didn't know. I didn't know that they used BusyBox in IoT devices. So we're talking about BusyBox. So BusyBox has a bunch of other Linux tools in it. I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's a multi-call binary that combines many common Unix utilities into a single executable. Most people will create a link to BusyBox for each function they wish to use. So for example, you could use BusyBox with netcat or BusyBox with well, any other like really common Linux commands. Let's see, Scarlett says BusyBox will run on everything. It's basically a shell. Yeah, I mean, I need to look out for that when I investigate IoT devices. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. Okay, so great work getting through the primer on PowerShell. Great. So try to try command combinations in PS1 or work with the terminal. Okay, let's do the next thing. So the next thing they want us to do is what? They're going to make us sign up for trials. We don't want to do that. Okay, so variables and operators. So like any other programming language, PowerShell can be, well, PowerShell can keep track of variables and run operations on your data. Okay, BusyBox is good for learning, and SysOS says BusyBox is one of the lightweight single binaries, often used on storage and memory limited devices such as IoT, but it's also common to find it in the grub recovery shell. I mean, that makes sense. If you're trying to recover a system, you don't necessarily want to have everything available. Well, sometimes you just want a very lightweight toolbox that you can use. Okay, so data comes in various forms. So just like other programming languages, you've got your numbers, your integers, your strings, your booleans, and more. So if you're familiar with any other programming languages, shouldn't be super surprising to you. Press next to get started, okay? So let's start by discussing how variables work. In computer programming, variables are used to store a piece of data. Great. So to create a variable, we must assign it to a value. Variables in PowerShell are referenced using the $, followed by the variable name. After variable reference, we can use an equal sign followed by the value we'd like to assign. So we can do my string variable equals hello world. My string variable equals HackerFrogs rule. HackerFrogs like and subscribe. Yay, okay. So let's see. So we initialize this variable called myStringVariable to a string, okay. Variable names consist of alphanumeric characters. They are not case sensitive and can include special spaces and special characters when enclosed in curly braces. Can include special spaces and special characters when enclosed in curly braces. However, following the convention of only using alphanumeric characters in the underscore character is recommended because variables with special characters in their name are difficult to use. Okay. So we can echo, no, what is it again? Get right host. So right host my string variable. Nice. Okay, so we're able to retrieve the contents of our variable there. Okay, Mava says, I'm interested in learning how to hack API. I mean, we did that we did a pretty long segment on the live stream on Wednesday talking about API hacking stuff. So we did that over at Portswigger. I mean, if you're interested in learning about it, you could probably follow the labs over here. Okay, variable references allow us to use or manipulate variables. Great. User input. Now that we can hold data using variables, we can look at some useful commands that enable user input through the terminal. So we can use the read host commandlet. So my input equals read host, prompt enter a number. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we could do, let's say my name equals read host, prompt, what's your name? Okay, so it runs it immediately. So what's your name? We are the Shy Hat. Okay, and then we can write it out. My name. Great. Okay, in the exercise in this lesson, use check work. I guess they didn't want that. So in the PowerShell terminal, create a variable called pi and assign it to the value 3.14. So pi equals 3.14, check work. Oh, wow, everybody. You have to, yeah, don't make syntax errors. Because if you make syntax errors, then the stuff doesn't work. Okay. So print the value of the variable called pi. So get right host pi. We get this. Good. Create a variable called name and assign it to your name as a string. So we would do name equals string HackerFrogs. The string must be enclosed by double quotes. So for example, Codecademy. So does this need to be double quotes as opposed to, can we do single quotes, or is it going to give us an error? So some programming languages care about double quotes versus single quotes. Some do not. So if we use single quotes here, I guess single quotes are okay. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't really matter if we use double quotes or single quotes. Okay, great. Use read host with this prompt, enter your age, and save the variable to a variable called age. So age equals read host, prompt, enter your age. So let's see. So if we're going by real world, we're 45. Okay. So SysOS says they typically all care. Their meaning is just slightly different, typically. There's also a third quote. Oh, backticks. I didn't know that you could use backticks in most programming languages to define strings. So I mean, I'm pretty sure that. Is it Java? Is it Java that really cares about single quotes versus double quotes, or is it another programming language? I know that there's one. Well, at least one. Okay, let's see. When prompted for the input, enter your age. Great, done. Copy and paste the following command. Hello name, you are age years old. Great. So paste. They don't want to paste like this. Okay, great, that worked. So I guess we can move on to the next thing. So variable types and advanced usage. So in this exercise, we'll show how variable types are handled in PowerShell. So I mean, anytime we've got a variable, we have to understand what data type it is. So for example, we've got integers, we've got strings, we've got booleans, and we've got arrays. Arrays are basically collections of items, like a list. We've got our whole numbers, which are integers. What did they call it in PowerShell? Did they call it a float, or did they call it a double? Okay, we can append get type name to the variable's reference to create a determine a variable's data type. Really? So my string name equals my string variable equals hello world. My string variable dot get type dot name, and then it comes out as a string. Okay, SysOS says Java, PHP, and C all have slightly different logic with the different quotes, I believe. And some, I think I was thinking about PHP. PHP definitely cared a lot about whether or not you were using double quotes or single quotes for your strings. Okay, let's see. Constrained variables. So if we wish to enforce a certain type on a variable, we can create a constrained variable via casting. Okay, this is cool. We can specify a data type when we create a variable here. So integer age equals 25 as opposed to letting the system guess. Knight Thompson, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? And thank you very much to Knight Thompson for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so when initializing a variable, we specify the type in brackets before referencing the variable. Attempting to assign a value of another type results in an error if PowerShell cannot convert it. So creating multiple variables. Oh, okay. We can also instantiate multiple variables on the same line. I typically don't. I don't like this practice unless it's very, very obvious what's happening, because it can get very messy very quickly. Okay, to assign multiple values to multiple variables, we can do stuff like this. So number, color, bool. Oh, this is so messy. So number equals 25, color equals red, and bool equals false. But yeah, I don't like looking at code like this. So at the top of the variable types.ps1 file, create a constrained variable of the type int and the name num1. Okay, so int num1 equals 42. Okay. Assign num1 the value of 42. Click run. What'd I do wrong? Int num1 equals 42. Let's go back up. How do we cast it? What am I doing wrong? Cannot convert. Okay. Create a constrained variable of the type int and the name num1. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Okay. Everybody, this is where you need to do like copy paste. If you copy pasted this, you would not get it wrong. Okay, done. Create another constrained variable in the variable types ps1 file and type it integer and give it num2. So let me copy this so that I don't get it wrong. Okay, this is an integer. And it equals, give the value 42. Oh, okay. So this time it's a string. So this is probably going to error out because this is obviously not an integer. You'll encounter an error, but it works as intended. Run. Okay, done. Now create 3 variables using 1 comma separated statement. Okay. SysOS says, pro tip in cybersecurity, copy and paste all the things. Copy, paste all the things. So that reminds me of this particular song right here. All the things.
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
So if anybody's interested in this particular song, it's kind of a hacker anthem. It's called All the Things by Dualcore. Okay, let me get the link for this. If you want to check this out, it's a certified classic. Of course, I can't play this on YouTube because I would get in trouble. Okay, create 3 variables using 1 comma separated statement. So the first variable should be called name, initialized to your name in string format. So, name, color. Thanks for the tune. Yeah. If if you haven't heard it before, it's actually really good, especially if you're super nerdy. Okay, so name, color, and date equals string something, and then color something, and then what was it? Get date, date time. So HackerFrogs and green. I think this is how we want to do it. Click run when you're done. Okay, so I mean it says we did it correctly. Of course, we get an error over here. So initialize the date data type variable to the data type of the date variable. What was this again? Okay, so Nitro Base says, hello again, I want to learn reverse engineering. Yeah, I mean, let me get you the education resources for reverse engineering we've got on HackerFrogs. So if you want to learn reverse engineering, you probably want to learn like a combination of C and x86 assembly. Because most of the time when you're dealing with the beginner level reverse engineering challenges, you're dealing with the C compiled binaries and reverse engineering those. So in particular, I really recommend, what was it? Pwn College. So Pwn College is a really good course on reverse engineering. Of course, I can't really cover it on the live stream, but it is very, very good. So what do we want to do? Initialize the data type variable. Okay. Date data type equals date dot, what is it again? Get type. Date dot get type dot dot name. Date dot get type dot name. Okay, let's give this a try. Okay, seems to be okay, and we will move on to the next part of the lesson. So environment variables. So environment variables store information related to the current environment, like the operating system and the user's sessions, like our current terminal. So I mean, if we're talking about Linux, we've got a bunch of environment variables here as well. And these are essential for operations within the shell. But we're talking about PowerShell environment variables, which are, well, I mean, the concept is very similar. Okay, they are global variables, meaning that we can access them across commands and programs. The operating system usually creates them, but we can also use them to configure our production environment. So list environment variables. So in PowerShell, environment variables are stored as strings. We can use the getChildItem commandlet on the env drive to get the complete list of existing environment variables. So getChildItem env. Okay, NitroBased asked, what is your first role in cybersecurity? So I would say that my first role in cybersecurity was web app pen testing. So getChildItem env. Okay, we get all of our variables here. Great. To get the specific value of environment variable, we can use either of the following commands. So we can get the value. GetChildItem env ein image. I'm not too sure what this is. Dot value. And we see that this is Ubuntu. Two popular environment variables in PowerShell are home and path. So the home environment variable specifies the current user's home directory, whereas path includes all the directories where applications look for executables. Create an environment variable. So env example env var. Oh, really? I didn't know. I didn't know we could. Well, I mean, this is equivalent to the export command in Linux. So if we want to create a environment variable in Linux, we would use the export. So export rules equals rules equals HackerFrogs, because HackerFrogs rule. Okay, and then in our environment variable, we set up a new environment variable called HackerFrogs. Well, called rules. Okay, so NitroBase says your second role. Can you show me your roadmap? So I mean, I'm doing cybersecurity education now, so this is where I am right now. I'm trying to start up other cybersecurity related projects, of course, but yeah, that's the answer. So list all the environment variables using the PowerShell terminal. Great. Didn't we do that already? Okay. Next topic, let AI figure out the PowerShell stuff. Okay. Yeah, we've run out of time for this topic, so let's move on to the next thing. So the next thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be exploring some Windows hacking techniques. So more Windows hacking over here. This is a room called Windows PrivEsc Arena. It was created by the people over at TCM Security, which is a very popular platform for learning about cybersecurity stuff. And it was created by one of my inspirations for getting into cybersecurity, the Cyber Mentor. So you can find the room over here. Okay, so let's just close out our stuff because we're not using it anymore. Done. We're eventually going to be coming back to Bloodhound, but yeah. All right. So let me set up the topic. This is topic number 4. And we'll put topic number 5 on the back burner. Heath Adams, that's correct. Heath Adams actually left his own company. So Heath Adams is no longer with TCM Security. He left at the end of last month, I think. So yeah. That's a bit of cybersecurity news. Anyways, let's do the room. So the first thing you want to do inside of any TryHackMe room is you want to, well, I've already joined the room, now we can start the machine. So it says connecting to the TryHackMe network. You would have to use your VPN key to do that. So connect to the VPN. So we'll just do that over here. I've got a directory with all of my VPN keys, and I've saved the key as thm.openvpn. Sick the Mind says his last day was New Year's Eve. Yeah. I mean, I wonder if he's going to be doing live streams or if he's just going to be staying, not having much of a social media presence for the next little bit. I'm not too sure. Okay, so let's open VPN into the TryHackMe network. And let's get started with the room. Okay, deploy the vulnerable machine. We do that now. So apparently the machine that we're dealing with is like Windows 7 machine. It's been a long time since I've seen Windows 7. It's probably been like over like a decade. Okay, let's connect in the machine. RDP is open on port 3389. Your credentials are this. So username and password. So RDP, we were talking about RDP on Slyborg's channel. So Second Man says, I think he's considering the move across various C-suites. Okay, so yeah, Heath Adams is probably gonna be more of a leader, more of an executive, I guess. Sandra says, you don't need to learn how to hack Windows. They hack themselves. DNS error took out their servers yesterday. Well, I mean, we're here to learn about Windows hacking techniques. This is what we're trying to do today. Okay, so I think the program we want to use is like free RDP something. X-free RDP something, right? So remote access, X-free RDP, does it not exist? Oh, okay. X3 RDP3? Man, how do you use this program again? X-free. Okay, DNS takes every server off sooner or later. Like executive, leader, entrepreneur, I mean, that's kind of the progression, I suppose. Let's get a TLDR on this. So TLDR, it doesn't exist. Try updating TLDR with update. TLDR -- update. Could not download. So free RDP3. I need to get some examples. X free RDP3. So I find it so UI unfriendly. It's been a really long time since I've used any of this stuff. Okay, so essential examples, basic connections with credentials and clipboard. Okay, so let me just give this a try. We just need to sub in our IP address, our username, and our password. Where are we here? What's our username? What's our password? User password 321. Alright, let's see if it works. TLS connect failed. ASM Tutor is not working for me. Either it's the website's fault or it's my network's fault. You mean the pages aren't loading? Okay, let's see if we can... We should probably figure out if we can ping this machine first. So ping... Thank you very much, Les, for... Is that Yes? Yes? Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't see that as an I. Apologies for that. Okay, we can ping the machine. But why can't we RDP into it? James, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so... No RDP scan code found. No RDP... Well, let's try pinging the machine. No, not ping the machine. Let's try scanning the machine. So let's just get the IP address. We'll try nmapping it. Okay, non-standard port. I mean, 3389 is the standard RDP port, as far as I know. I'm not too sure why we're not able to log in. But it's not... Is it going to open up a... Is it going to open up for us? Defus asks... Defus says, try our desktop IP. So, I mean, yeah, it is open. 3389. Maybe there are some notes here. Okay, RDP is open. Your credentials are this. So deploy the machine and log into the user's account via RDP. All tools you need to complete this course are on the user desktop. I mean, we don't need to scan this anymore. So, X-Free RDP doesn't work. Maybe we should try another program. I wonder if there's... So, Slybarg was using Remina, right? Remina? Don't think we have that. Or is Remina like a GUI program? I kind of forget. But I can take a look into some other examples here as well. So basic connection, full screen node with auto resizing. Dynamic resolution. Share a local user. Folder, connect with specific resolution. Connect to a specific RDP port. I mean, the port... Okay, James asks... okay, I didn't spell it correctly. One quick question, is anyone aware any tools for Kelly to unhide the face or text from a JPEG or PNG file? I wanted to remove a painted area from the image. I mean, like unmasking tool. I'm not really too sure about anything like that. I've never really explored that kind of stuff before. If anybody knows in chat, then maybe help out James. But otherwise, I'm not too sure about that myself. Okay, so we'll try connecting on port 33. What was it? 3389. This doesn't let us GIMP or Krita. Okay, let me see if it's in here. Rem. So SysOS said that Remina. Reminia? I need to figure this out. So let's see. It's called RDP Remina. So remote desktop client Remina over here. So how do we install this? It's spelled like, I might be able to just install it directly from Kali Linux. No. Okay, not found, can be installed with sudo apt install remina. Would you like to install it? Let's give it a shot. Did you give up on your switches for X-free RDP? Well, I mean, they didn't seem to be working out for us. We'll try using another program just as like a sanity check. Okay, so this is a GUI program, right? Yeah, here it is. Oh, that's a bit small. So how do we add? Okay, so quick connect, group labels, protocol, server username, password. So server is, let's get that IP address. So server is here, username is user, password is password 321. So TWSS, the plus. Did we? Oh, sorry, Defus says you can try TLS secret sec level 0 flag for free RDP, but I would just do our desktop. Sorry about that, Defus. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Let me give this a try. So domain, we don't have a domain necessarily in here. Let's see if we can just save and connect. Doesn't seem to be working. So Remina isn't working for us. FreeRDP doesn't seem to be working for us. Maybe what we need to do is we need to restart the machine. So try it without the TLS. Yeah, let me give it a shot. So we'll go back to our previous command with FreeRDP. And what was it? So Defus says try TLS sec level 0. TLS sec level 0. So the above certificate could not be identified. Do you want to trust this stored certificate? I mean, yes. Oh, it's working. Guys, thank you. Wow, Defus, you saved us. Thank you very much. Windows, activate Windows now. Ask me later. Thank you. Okay, so it's important to use genuine Microsoft software. Is it now? All right. So the problem here is that we can't get access to our own. Well, I mean, this is full screen. Because it's full screen, we can't switch over to our other interfaces. I mean, it is nice, but I think we're gonna have to disconnect and try again with a smaller resolution. Okay. So let's see. So we're not going to be full screen. Maybe we will do dynamic resolution though. Okay, this is good. So we have access to the machine. We can go back to TryHackMe to learn about all this good privilege escalation stuff. Open a command prompt and run net user. Who is the only other non-default user on the machine? Okay, so let's open up a command prompt. So cmd. Okay, I really want to mess around with this because this the small font is making my eyes hurt. So let's see. Properties, font. Let's make it big. Can you make it any bigger than this? This is a little better. Okay, net user. So there's guest, there's TCM. Okay, so I mean, there's your product placement right there. TCM. Okay, so we do registry escalation auto run. So we took a look at this earlier. So it says detection Windows VM. Open the command prompt and type C users user desktop tools auto runs 64. So in auto runs, click on the logon tab. Okay. So this is trying to figure out if we can run this particular command. Okay. Can't paste. Didn't we enable the clipboard? Paste. Oh, we did. Okay, it worked. Agree. Wow. Sure is fun to look at. Diva says X-free RDP is actually pretty cool if you could ignore this disgusting syntax. Yeah, the syntax isn't very fun. There's a crazy amount of options and you can, for example, directly mount your Linux folder into the Windows OS for easy file transfer. Huh. I don't interact with it very much. Okay, so we got auto runs over here, and what are they looking for us to do? So in auto runs, click on the logon tab. Logon. And then from the listed results, notice that my program entry is pointing to program files auto run program.exe. Okay, over here. Yeah. So in the command prompt, type C users desktop tools access check on auto run program. Okay. So this is obviously some sort of security tool. Access check 64. If you try this out yourself, let us know. I don't think I've encountered this thing before. Okay, so back here. Paste in the thing. Sysinternal software. So I haven't done a lot of I have not done as much Windows hacking as I'd like to. So access check runs runs on the this auto login program. Auto run program, medium mandatory level default, no write up, read write everyone, file all access, read write anti-authority system, file all access, read write built-in administrators, file all access. So these groups have all access to this particular file. Okay, cool. So from the output, notice that everyone user group has files all access permission to this. So everybody has read and write access to this program.exe file. Great. So exploitation from the Kali VM, open a command prompt and type msf console. Oh, they want us to, okay. They want us to use the forbidden platform. So we can use some Metasploit. Let's do that. So which one of the Metasploit modules are you going to be using today? Can't you use I never know how to pronounce the name of this thing. Is it ICALS? ICALS. All right. So what do they want us to do? So use multi-handler, set payload Windows interpreter reverse TCP. So we're setting up a interpreter shell. So multi-handler is the interpreter shell. Let's go back. So set payloads Windows interpreter reverse TCP. This is setting up to create a Windows interpreter shell. Then set lhost Kali VM IP address. So we just need to get our own IP address. We can do it over here. Or we could reference ton 0. I'm pretty sure you can set lhost to ton 0, right? Set lhost ton 0. It should work. Integrity control access control list. 3 commas. Hello, nice to see you here. But I'm not. I'm not completely. I'm not completely sure. What would the command be? If you can give me a command to try out, I can give it a try. So we're setting up our interpreter shell for Windows, and then set lhost type run. I mean, this is going to assume like a default port. Show options. So the default L port is 4444. So we're just going to set up our reverse shell listener here. So it says start a reverse TCP handler on our IP address port 4444. And what do they want us to do? ICACLS on C the file.exe. Let me give it a try, Defus. Okay, so it is ICACLS. Yeah, this is the same kind of output. Actually, does this tell you about built-in users? I mean, it does look like everybody has all access to this. Igniter, Ignifer. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so what kind of exploitation do they want from this? So open an additional command prompt and type msfvenom p. Oh, okay. So we're going to be doing some spoofing here. We're going to be using nsfvenom to create a spoofed program.exe file that is going to create a reverse shell connection. So let's do that. So this is the command here, nsfvenom. We're going to create a binary called program.exe. So can we do lhost ton 0? Does this work? You know what? I'm kind of paranoid. Maybe I should Maybe I should be using our actual IP address in this case. Okay, so I guess what they want us to do is they want us to upload this program to the target to take the place of whatever's already here, and then we can execute the program and then have it create a reverse shell payload back to us. Okay, copy the generated file program.exe to the Windows VM. Did they show us how? They don't show us how. Okay, so how are we going to do this? I guess we could host it. Just run some Python HTTP server, and then Zenny, hello, nice to see you here. You have a question. Go ahead and ask your question. Although we could probably flex our PowerShell as well to download the thing. Which one-liner is probably going to be the best way to do it? The other way we could do it is we could do it through the terminal as well. Not the terminal, through the web browser. So we can go over here. We can start up our web browser. Oh, we got an ad on Twitch. When we got ads on Twitch, we run them on. Well, we also take a break because we love our birds. So we're just going to take a 60-second break while we have a little bit of water, but in the meantime, enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Okay, we'll put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking. All right, so Internet Explorer 8. Wow, amazing. All right, next. Turn off suggested sites. Can we cancel? No, don't turn on suggested sites. Choose your settings. Use Express settings, please. Okay, and then from here, we can reference our own machine. So what is our own machine? So our own machine is this over here. So we're looking for HTTP our machine program.exe. Okay, Zenny asks, I'm not sure if are you familiar with SCADA, PLCs, and Siemens? I mean, it's not something I've heard of. I've heard of those systems. If you're looking to figure out how to hack that kind of stuff, there is a module on TryHackMe that we've done before. Just a second. Just a second. I can give you a suggestion over on TryHackMe. So there are a couple of modules called Hacking ICS or Attacking ICS. Here. So give this one a try if you're interested in learning about hacking. What is the word? Industrial control systems. Okay, anyways, let's grab this, copy it, then we'll go over to the web browser in the Windows machine. And now we're downloading. So file download security warning. Do you want to run or save this file? We will save this file. Okay, and they probably want us to save it in the, what is the name of the directory? So the name of the directory is going to be C program files auto run program. C program files auto run program. So we're looking for C program files auto run program, and we're just gonna save over this. Program.exe already exists. Do you want to replace it? Yes. Okay, and then we close it out, and we're just gonna make sure it's there. So we'll go into cd c C program files auto run program. Okay, and we've got program.exe in here. So I'm assuming that we need to execute this somehow, but how do they want us to do it? Okay, Windows VM, place the program in C program files auto run program. Okay, Zenny says it's a software that you code from scratch to electrical substations, like alerts and alarms. Got a job offer about that type of thing, basically. I mean, I'm really not too sure where you would be learning about that kind of thing, but try out the stuff over at TryHackMe. It might be relevant. Okay, place the program file in here to simulate the privilege escalation effect. Log off and then log back on as an administration user. Oh, okay. So we're just going to. So this is auto run, and so the administrator user is TCM hacker123. So here we will log off. And then we'll go back in. As the TCM user. The funny thing about TCM security is that TCM security is always going to be named TCM security, even though TCM isn't there anymore. So is TCM going to rebrand as like another name, or is TCM going to still retain its name and make everybody confused about what's actually going on? Okay, C. Strasser says PLCs use ladder logic. I haven't investigated PLCs too closely before, but yeah. If you've got any links, he was Maverick before TCM. Oh, okay. So he might go back to using that one. I've heard the name Maverick before, but I didn't know. I thought Maverick. I thought Maverick might have been his name. I'm not sure. But yeah, he's Heath Adams. But anyways, hacker123 is the password. Okay, so when we log on, we should observe that we also get access. Well, it should activate the program.exe file and give us a reverse shell. Second the Mind says it might be his middle name. His GH is his GitHub is H Maverick Adams. Really? Oh, that's an interesting little piece of information. Okay, I don't think this actually worked. Okay, so let's see. The publisher cannot be verified. Are you sure you want to run this software? Run it. Always ask before running this file. I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, so we managed to get our reverse shell connection. Okay, Meterpreter session 1 opened. Great. It's just that I didn't really move the file onto the machine in the correct way. So shell, who am I? We're the TCP PC TCM user. So I mean, who am I? Priv? Is it? Am I doing this? Okay, so we can do these privileges here. I guess the other thing we could do is we could figure out what groups this user belongs to. So, is it like net groups? Or who am I dash groups, right? Sandra says you should do a session setting up Llama CLI agent. Llama CLI agent, what is Llama CLI agent? Can you give me some information about that? C. Strasser says I studied PLCs in school. Okay, so it's we got home users, administrators. Okay, so we are part of the administrators group. So we have well, we've managed to do privilege escalation in the auto run way. That's great. Okay, let's get out of here. Actually, so Meterpreter has a bunch of interesting features as well. So we could do something like steal token sysinfo to get information about the current machine. And I think there's like dump creds as well. Get privs, resolve root. We can get the routing table. Wasn't there something called like dump creds? Hash dump the contents of the SAM database. So we could do something like this. Operation failed. I mean, we're an administrator level user. We should have been able to do that. Llama is an LLM. It's an AI CLI agent similar to Kali AI from Claude. Kali AI from... Oh, interesting. So we're talking about like agentic AI with like, you know, with hacker tools. So get system, elevate your... Well, okay, we can try this as well, get system. Let's give it a try. It's been a really long time since I've really used a lot of Meterpreter stuff. So we weren't able to get system in this case. That's unfortunate. Anyways, I think we can move on to the next privilege escalation method. So we'll log back in as the regular user again. Okay, so we finish this off. So kit completed once you've successfully elevated the machine. Done. We've also have registry escalation always install elevated. Oh, I forgot to give our sorry everybody, I forgot to run the timer. So we got another 20 minutes left on this box. Okay, so the next one is always install elevated. So from the Windows VM, open the command prompt and type this. So installer from the output, notice that always install elevated value is 1. So I mean this is typically the type of stuff that you would find when you run linps, or sorry, winps. So winps is a Windows privilege escalation script. It runs all sorts of checks kind of like this. Let's go back here. Okay, Prady says you can migrate to WinLogon and gain root access. You can migrate to WinLogon and gain root access. Oh, interesting. It's been a while since I've really. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done any real Windows hacking. So this is kind of like a refresher for me as well. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. Don't activate now. And every night, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let's open up our command prompt, cmd, and we'll paste in our command. No, doesn't let us. Hold on. Okay, open the command prompt and type regquery hklm Microsoft Windows installer. So, I mean, we're talking about anything that's being installed elevated, which is really bad, of course. Paste. Okay, so always install elevated is equal to hex 1, which is equal to true, which is bad news. Okay, and then we take a look at so these are like local machines versus what does CU stand for? LM is local machine, CU is something else. So always install elevated is also set to 1. Current user. Okay, thank you, Defus. So CU is current user and local machine. Windows installer is both always install elevated set to 1, which means if you install any program, the program is going to be installed as if an administrator installed it. Or sorry, elevated. And always install elevated means that whenever the program runs, it always runs as an elevated user instead of a typical like a regular user. So it's kind of like sudo in Linux in a way. Okay, so let's see. So we're going to do the same thing with MSF Venom. We're going to set up a interpreter. What is the word? Interpreter listener. Let's go ahead and do that. Use multi-handler. And then, sorry, I need to set up, I shouldn't have exited out of here. So set payload, reverse TCP for interpreter, and then set lhost ton 0. Sam, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? What is up? Okay, and then run the thing. So from our Kali machine, we need to run this command over here to create an installer file that is going to call out to the reverse shell listener. So this is another MSF Venom file. Where is it? Let's do that over here. Okay, so Kali VM address is going to be this one. So what are we doing today? So what we're doing right now is we're trying to set up a bunch of different ways. We're trying to demonstrate a bunch of different ways to do hacking on Windows to get elevated privileges. So in this case, we're setting up a bunch of malicious files to upload to the target and run. So in this case, we've got our setup.msi file, that we're going to upload to the target, and we're going to try installing this particular program. And what the program actually does is it reaches out to our reverse shell listener that is on our attacker machine. Okay, so how do we set this up? We're just going to use the web browser to download the file. Probably the easiest way to do it. Okay, Pratty says, I think you can run the program exe as admin, and then once you have the session, run migrate PID of winlogon.exe. You'll see MT authority when you run whoami. Not sure if that's the correct path. I think we can also try the same thing when we do this next attack. Hold on. So we're just going to upload the malicious file to the target again. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. FST type. FST type. Hello. Nice to see you here. And Burner email says, I'm moving over from Linux. I'm moving over from Linux from Windows 11 to Linux. To Linux from Windows 11. Which Linux distro do you recommend, people? Have told me from my situation and what I use for my OS for what they recommend. Endeavor OS with KDE Plasma. I mean, I've heard that Endeavor OS is pretty popular. Linux Mint is also pretty popular for beginners. In the past, people used Ubuntu. If anybody has okay, so burner email, what are you doing with your OS? I guess that's the real question. Okay, so let's go ahead and start up the web browser again. So we'll just use the web browser to access the malicious file. Wait for this thing to run. Okay, cannot display the web page. That's okay. Okay, so we'll just paste in our malicious file. And do you want to run or save this file? We want to save the file. Actually, we want to run the file. Run the file. Okay, preparing to install. So when the installation wizard runs, it'll run the file elevated, and because it's running elevated, it'll probably give us a NT authority system shell when it calls back to the interpreter shell. Okay, burner email says pentesting, ASM, DNA, design and synthesis, school and sometimes gaming, and electrical design. I think, why don't you get, I mean, Endeavor OS sure, Endeavor OS. If not Endeavor OS, then maybe you could also try Linux Mint. I don't use these distributions myself. This is just, some stuff that I've heard from other people. So interpreter shell 1 opened. So system info. Sysinfo. Okay, let's try dropping down to a shell and asking who am I. So we are NT authority system. So if we're NT authority system, we don't need to do any other privilege escalation. Okay, so Baldina says, I recommend Pop OS for great privacy, defaults, and all-around ease of use. Thank you very much for the suggestion, Baldina. Okay, let's get out of here. So we've managed to successfully elevate our privileges again. Let's exit out of here. And then let's go over to our next privilege escalation. Okay, so service escalation registry, so service escalation executable files, privilege escalation startup applications, DLL hijacking. So this is, I mean, this is a really good, this is basically like a whole privilege escalation course if you wanted to learn. I don't think we've got any more, we don't have any more time left in what we're doing today. But that's fine. Okay, we're going to start our last activity now. And our last activity is going to be doing some, well, like a freeform challenge over here. It's another Windows box. It's called Misconfigured, and you can find it over at vulnyx.com. Thanto says, let's go after 2 days. I know how to add and subtract in assembly. Yeah, I mean, that's it's definitely going to benefit you when, well, I mean, here's the thing. You should learn how to read the assembly. I don't know so much about writing the assembly, but you definitely should know how to read the assembly. And yeah, I think there's going to be some good stuff through your assembly study, Thanto, for sure. Okay, let's let us get the heck out of here, and we'll reset our environment, and then we can start into our last activity. SysOS says writing assembly is a different skill set from reading it. I wholeheartedly agree. Writing assembly is difficult. Reading assembly, not as difficult. Following program flows inside of a debugger, much easier than writing the assembly. Maybe learn piano. Okay, so Sick in the Mind says, my goal this year is to master assembly, maybe learn piano. Okay, Burner Email says, took me 3 days for basic arithmetic math inside of assembly. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we got a remote access. Let's get out of here. We don't need platform access for this particular challenge. Okay, I'm going to start up the virtual machine. So we're going to do some real Windows hacking here. Topic 4 is done. Topic 5 is here. Thank you very much, Broski Popski. Broski Popski, hey, welcome to the stream. Okay, we're going to give ourselves 120 minutes to solve this last exercise. We'll see how far we were able to get in 2 hours. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to completely finish the box in 2 hours, but we'll see. Okay, Thanto says, how can one know how to read without knowing how to write it first? Well, I mean, Haron Omar, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. I'd say that most of the time when you do binary hacking and reverse engineering, you do have to be able to read the instructions from, well, read the assembly instructions. You don't necessarily need to know how to write them. Okay, so we're just going to do an ARP scan. ARP scan is the most reliable way to figure out what devices are in your network, but unfortunately you can't do it remote. You have to do it on your local network. So we got this device over here. It's the 20 device. I don't think we can ping the machine because it's a Windows machine. No, but we can. Okay. For RDP connection, what if NLA is enabled? So I mean, RDP is not my area of expertise, but what is NLA? RDP NLA enabled. So network level authentication in RDP enhances security by requiring user authentication before establishing a full session, mitigating DOS attacks and credential theft. So I don't think I've ever encountered this before. It's pretty rare that I encounter RDP when I'm doing Windows like hacking exercises, and well, I've never really encountered NLA before, or if I have, I didn't recognize it. Bernie ML says it's the ultimate flex to be able to write in ASM. But yeah, I'm not too sure about this. I wonder if TryHackMe has anything to say about this. Let's see, RDP. Which ASM x86? Why, I think we are talking about x86 assembly when we're talking about it. Yeah. Hello, Xmetric. Nice to see you here. This is probably something I would ask the AI. I'm not sure if I have an answer for you offhand, unfortunately, Broski Popski. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our port scanning then. So it's the 20 machine. We can use our... It looks like... Am I missing anything? Okay. So this is going to be a Windows Active Directory machine, and it's going to be a domain controller like the other machine we did today. Xmetric lurks as watching my own bird video feed, of course. Okay, let's see. Broski Popsy says, I ran my VM with Windows 11 and enabled RDP. I knew the credentials because I set it up and tried to connect with X-Free RDP or something with the TLS-sec option, but no success. When I disabled it, I could connect without any problems, but it's okay. Sorry, I was laughing at Xmetric talking about the video bird feed. But yeah, I think the good thing about being able to set up a home lab is that you're able to test out like settings like this. But yeah, it sounds like a good time you got going over there, Broski Popski. Okay, so we've got a website. This is a little bit unusual because most of the time, Windows servers, well, I guess Windows-only environments would have to serve web servers on their Windows machines. So let's check this out. We can just go over to any old web browser. And we got an IIS default page. So IIS is Windows answer to web server software. So on Linux, you would typically find something like Apache or Nginx, but in the Windows world, we use IIS. So I wonder, Internet Information Services. Yeah, for sure. So this is like index.htm. No, this is index.html. This is not index.html. I wonder what they're using then. So typically these kind of default pages don't really give you too much. There might be some like specific IIS hacking technique we have to use here. SysOS says IIS is Windows only. Yeah, you're not going to see Internet Information Services on a Linux machine. Anyways, we could probably do some brute forcing over here. So dirb just to see. Okay, no common endpoints here. How about some Nicto? Nikto is one of these old tools, but occasionally you're able to. So Microsoft IIS 10, so the version of IIS server is indicative to the version of Windows that is being used. So IIS version 10 is associated with Windows 10. So this is some easy enumeration right here. Some ASPX inclusion, that's true. Okay, when the IIS is the only way, oh, tilde, yeah, we might be able to use, what is it called again? It's called like truncation, like a truncation attack, right? So we should probably look for some ASP files or ASPX files as well when we do our directory enumeration. So GoBuster. Let's call this user share word lists dirbuster directory list 2.3 medium. Let's look for specific extensions, HTML. I'm doubtful that would be PHP, but let's look for PHP anyways. ASP, ASPX, TXT, zip back, JSON, XML, something. And then let's give that a spin. An OG tool GoBuster. Yeah, let's see. Okay, traversal probably enabled, so you can / your way out of www root. Maybe. So Defus says, I think in Windows Server 2025 it still uses IIS 10, so the version enumeration was only true until 10. That's unfortunate. Okay, were you talking about IIS short names? OJ. Oh yeah. The name of the creator is like OJ something. OJ Reeves. Yeah, this guy. Not that I know the creators of GoBuster here, of course. Okay, so we can also do our netexec stuff. First of all, we would try to figure out if we could use it like a guest account. So netexec is it dash? Oh, man, I can't even remember anymore. So netexec. Oh, okay. Netexec SMB. Oh wow, we've got a domain. So it's allsafe.nix. Oh, he is Australian. SysOS, are you also an Australian? Well, I mean, don't answer if you don't want to answer, but I'm. You might be an Australian trying to identify other Australians. Okay, so brute forcing, and we'll just leave it over here. We'll edit our etc. host file. Okay, we'll go in here, and this is for allsafe.nix. He's open about it on his streams, well, his old streams. Oh, okay. He is an Aussie, not European. I know him. I know him online. Okay. Yeah, burner emails. We got our domain. Okay. Fun fact: the Windows kernel is still version 10. The Windows kernel is still version 10, even though the version of Windows is. Oh, you're European. Okay. Are you sleeping okay? Oh, I mean, you could be European, but living outside of Europe, of course, because Europeans don't need to live in Europe. Like North Americans don't need to live in North America, all that other good stuff. No comment, of course. No worries. So burner email says Aussies are too good. They have to deal with the spiders. Yeah, I mean, that's an evolutionary evolutionary difficulty they have to deal with every day. Okay, so we just added allsafe.nix. Let's see if we get like a different domain if we reference the domain directly here. So this is another, allsafe is another great Mr. Robot reference. Okay, so misconfigured. This is Windows 10. We were able to identify it with our good old netexec. So let's see if we can log in as the guest account. So it says status account disabled. So this account does not work. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Roy1684, thank you. Bernie email says, have you seen the spiders there? They're bigger than your head. I don't... I'd rather not experience that myself. Okay, so another thing we could do is we could do our user enumeration like we did in our previous box. Let's see. Let's call this tab Kerberoot. So Kerberoot, well, I mean, there have been very few circumstances where Kerberoot completely failed for me. Let's give it a try. So Kerberoot, we're doing user enum. And we're doing allsafe.nix. And what was the name of that user file? Okay. So Defus says the SMB null auth was unsuccessful if you haven't realized. Let's see. Null auth true. I mean, we'd... Ah, okay. But for the guest account, it says status account disabled. We've got Kerberoot running over here, and we've only been able to figure out the administrator user. So this is actually not good for us. It's not given us anything that we didn't know. So there are a bunch of other things we need to check for, like asrep roasting and Kerber roasting. Actually, you need a valid like domain account to do Kerber roasting, right? But asrep roasting, I'm pretty sure you don't need. You don't really need it. Okay, so Burner Email says, what do you think about the future of quantum computers in pen testing? Quantum computers. So quantum computers, well, I mean, they require quantum safe crypto, or quantum safe cryptography is what we're talking about. Okay, so if null auth is successful, you want to check the shares. So we've got, whoops. So we've got our netexec here. We've got our null authorization. So if null authorization is enabled, then we could check for file shares. And we didn't get anything. Oh, is the machine offline? Why can't we communicate with this thing anymore? Hold on. Is it because I'm fuzzing it right now? You have any information with the null authorization you could try? Well, let me try the... we'll try the shares again. Okay. Major says Nmap guide. Nmap guide? Are you looking for a guide for using the Nmap program? They've got a pretty good module over at TryHackMe that talks about Nmap. If you're interested. I'm pretty sure it's free. Oh, it's a premium room. Hold on, let's find a free one. Okay, yeah, this one is free. Give this one a try. Major, this is for you. Okay, and IDSec says you can check LDAP null auth as well. So if you have any information from null auth, we could do an RID brute with netexec. So many things we could try. So we weren't able to get anything with shares. Try looking for users. Are you going to give us users? So the NetBIOS connection with the remote host timed out. That doesn't bode very well. I think it's because we're brute forcing. I think we should... We'll stop our brute forcing attack. We also have more brute forcing over here. Everything's erroring out on this box. It's like our connection's not very good. Let's just stop this. DDoS the box. I guess we were running too many scans at the same time. Okay, so this doesn't work. It doesn't give us users. I think we can do RID brute. Give it a try. So access denied, a process requesting... Okay, we're not able to do RID brute. Can we get shares? So status denied for shares. Max concurrent connections, of course. Yeah. Trying not to... I think... What was the command to do asrep roasting with netexec? nxc asrep roast. So asrep roast attack looks for users with the Kerberos pre-authentication required without authentication. So is nxc ldap asrep roast. Well, let's give this a try. Thank you very much, Mortem1944, for subscribing for following on Twitch. Thank you very much. Okay, so this is asrep roast. It's an LDAP attack. No entries found, which means that asrep roasting is not available for us. Thank you very much for following Jordai. And Mortem1944 and Jordai, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. Okay, so channel binding. There's TLS certifications for LDAP. Oh, wait. We're talking about LDAP. Jordai says, already subbed on YouTube, but wanted to come over and support here. Thank you very much, Jordai. So Kerberos wasn't working. Should we continue to hammer away on Kerberos? Did this come back? Yeah, it came back. So we got Kerberos open, we got 135, NetBIOS, LDAP, HTTP. SMB, try random user for SMB. Well, I mean, sure, couldn't hurt. Okay, Sick of the Mind says, so? Given you know that the lore is Mr. Robot based? Oh, huh. So Allsafe is like Elliot and what were the names of those characters? Mr. Robot cast. Okay, so there's Tyrell, there's Elliot, there's Darlene. Let's make a list of these guys. Okay, Elliot, Darlene, Tyrell. Can't remember any of the other people. The list of possible names isn't going to be completely foreign. Let's see. Angela, White Rose. So, what was the name of the guy's boss? Okay, let's just start with something like this. And I guess we could go back to Tyrell wasn't Allsafe, but the boss was. So the boss, what was the name of that boss though? Characters, Mr. Robot, Wiki. I'm looking at the Mr. Robot Wiki, everybody. So what was the name of his boss, though? Gideon. Gideon? Allsafe. Gideon Goddard. Okay. And I guess the other person who worked at Allsafe was Lloyd? Lloyd, Harry, and Oliver. Okay. The boss was Gideon. I mean, is it 1G? Was it 1D or 2Ds in Gideon? Here it says 1D. Let's just make sure. Mr. Robot, Allsafe boss. Gideon Goddard with a single D. Okay, and so now that we got a list, we could try to see if these are legitimate. Kerberos, right? Okay, these all, I mean, this isn't necessarily going to give us. We should probably do this with Kerberos. So just, we can use curb root again, right? Let's go back to curb root. Okay, didn't come back. Didn't come back okay. Could have been just one. So were there any other interesting looking ports? So we're talking about a misconfiguration, but we're not too sure which kind of misconfiguring we're dealing with. What kind of misconfiguration we're dealing with here. Could be by last name. Could be. Or like G Goddard or whatever. Let's go back in. So let's see. What was the name of... Man, what's the name of the guy? Hold on. So he's Elliot... Elliot and Alderson. Elliot Alderson. So E. Alderson. And let's... So Alderson, Darlene. So maybe, I don't know, T. Wellick. And let's do... G. Goddard. And we'll try this out. Maybe try something with the UPnP or evil SSDP. I'm not too sure what SSDP is in this case. Okay, let's go back. We'll try curb root again. Oh, you know what? Maybe we could try asking the AI to give us a hand here. Okay, we are hacking a Mr. Robot themed Windows machine. Give me a list of usernames that have to do with characters from that show. Use first name, first initial, dot last name, and some other iterations. Okay. So X4C says username anarchy can be very useful in creating different permutations for usernames. Username anarchy. I don't think I haven't heard of that tool before. Should probably... Okay, tool for generating usernames when pen testing. Usernames are half the password brute force problem. This is useful for user accounts and passwords. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll give the list that good old... So let's just ask them to put the list all together. Please put the list all together so I can copy it. Yeah, start with Elliot at the minimum. You'll at least confirm the format if you can find one match. Sick of the Mind says, I was about to suggest username anarchy for this. Okay, well, Let's just copy this. We'll give this a try. Kind of darn you, ChatGPT, why you got to include all these spaces? Okay, let's give it a try. Back to Kerberoot. Oh wow, we found one. We found one. We got Angela Moss. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good. Okay, let's go back and confirm this. Actually, we can't really confirm this. So Amos password. I guess we can. Yeah. We can. You can use Kerberoot again to brute force the password. Although I'm not too sure if brute forcing the password is the way we want to go with this, but at least we've got some, we're making a little bit of progress. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and take a little break. So, okay, I just wanted to put this one on because I love this video. It's baby birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 40 seconds, but enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. Second of Mine says, you got the name format. Yeah. I might go back in just a bit. Anyways, gonna have a little bit of a water break. Okay, let's put the birds away, get back to the hacking. Diva says, you can also try AsRep with the username found. Don't we need to have a password? Okay, so first of all, we'll try some user brute. What was the command again? Poopy Pants Matt says, I was so confused about the bird, but then realized you did it for the ad break. No worries. I like to put on my bird videos when I take my ad breaks. AsRep is passwordless. AsRep password is required for Kerber roasting. So you just need a list of usernames. Oh. But, okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to brute force Amos's password. We'll do that in the background while we do some other stuff. Okay. So we're going to do brute user. For Amos. Okay, so we'll just leave this on in the background, and we might want to create. Oh, we. It's the same password as the other box we did. It's the same. It's the same password for the other box we did today. What the heck? I guess it's a popular password for a reason. Okay, so we've got valid credentials here. Let's give some netexec. So password 1. No password is required for Kerber roasting. So we can also do some Kerber roasting as well. We don't see any really interesting looking file shares here. We only have read permissions anyways. So let's see, what was the Kerber roasting example? So Kerber roasting via ASREP roasting. Well, I mean, we're just doing regular old Kerber roasting. So it is Kerber roasting like this. It's an LDAP attack. Skipping disabled account KRBTGT, so that didn't work. Lasvin, hello, nice to see you here. What is your main OS? So I'm pretty... I mean, I use a lot of Kali Linux, and well, the main OS I use is Windows 10. So we've got our valid username. So if we have our valid username, we can do Bloodhound, right? So we can do Bloodhound. We could also do a bunch of other stuff. So SMB, we can get users. Oh, that's not how you spell users. So Amos C Slater. Who is C Slater? Is that Mr. Robot? Okay, yeah, you can. So Amos and C Slater. I guess I'll add. So the real users are A Moss and C Slater. Christian Slater. Oh, Christian Slater's an actor though. Christian Slater. Okay. So 5 local users for all safe. Great. We could also try the Red Brute. And we only found A Moss and C Slater. No other super important accounts. Christian Slater, yeah, that's the guy that played Mr. Robot's dad. Well, Mr. Robot, Elliot's dad, yeah. He played the Mr. Robot character. Okay, so where do we go from here? We can do the Bloodhound. Okay, what was that command? Oops, spoiler alert. Sorry about that, everybody. I didn't say anything about Mr. Robot. You can continue to watch the TV show. Okay, SysOS says that's how you creatively spell users. Let's see. Have you tried RustHound? I just use netexec to do my Bloodhound stuff. Is it DNS server that we have to specify to get this done? Second Mind says, Rusthound CE is decent, pretty quick. Thank you very much for subscribing, Jay, on YouTube. Thank you very much. Dreadeye says, I need to finish watching it at some point. Yeah, I think I've watched through Mr. Robot at least twice. Did we not get anything? Channel binding, no TLS cert. Channel binding, no TLS cert. So is this preventing? This is preventing us from doing anything with LDAP, right? So how do we resolve this error here? Just use the correct. Oh, did I not use the correct username? Sorry, everybody. Wow, I'm really out to lunch today. So Amos. Okay, so it worked because, you know, wrong username, I suppose. Who is Alfredo now? Thank you for letting us know. Deefus. I thank you for pointing out the fact that I'm making all sorts of silly mistakes. Okay, so misconfigured Bloodhound. Great. We'll load it in to here. We got Bloodhound working already. We'll just quick upload. Misconfigured over here. Okay, done. And then we will look up our user. So a.mos. Here we go. Alfredo, yeah. That was another system. Okay, so click on it. Amos allsave.nix. Do not require pre-authorization, false. So no. Admin, no. Member, okay, so let's take a look at the groups. So we got users, domain users, pre-Windows 2000 compatible, blah, blah, blah. Everyone and authenticated users. So this is not super useful. Inbound object control. So inbound object control is usually not something we're super interested in. Got to right click on it and mark it as owned. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Add to owned. So inbound object control, not super interesting. There were no file shares really worth looking at. So it's usually going to be either group permissions, like group memberships, or outbound object control, but not in this case. You can do built-in pathfinding. Can we build a path? Set as starting node. Destination node. So what are like the... Go to... Cipher. Oh, okay, it's here. So pathfinding cipher. Cipher query. Are we looking for? Yeah, I'm not super great about using Bloodhound. Dr. Paradox. Hello, nice to see you here. Saved queries. Saved queries. Map domain trusts. Locations of tier 0 high value objects. All domain admins. Map OU structure. We're looking for shortest path to something something. So shortest path to systems trusted for unconstrained. Broski Popsky says, I hate AD. I mean, it's kind of like something. It's something you have to deal with every once in a while, or more than every once in a while, depending on like what your actual job is. Shortest path to domain admins. Let's see if we have anything we can actually follow. I don't see our user, so I don't think we can rely on this. Martin, hello, nice to see you here. What Linux do you use? So we're currently using Kali Linux, which is like a very common Linux distribution for cybersecurity stuff. But otherwise, we just have this user. So we know that there's some sort of misconfiguration. Oh, you know what? Sick in the Mind says shortest path from owned objects. Let's go back. So saved query. Shortest paths from owned objects. Run that. So, okay, let's take a look at the. Can we close this? So AMOS, allsafe.nix, member of domain users, member of users, member of authenticated users, member of pre-Windows 2000 compatible, member of everyone at allsafe. So it I don't see anything super important shouting out at me. Wait, what was megachange.nix? So megachange.nix is another. It's another box. So we're not dealing with megachange. We're only dealing with allsafe. Yeah, I didn't purge Bloodhound the last time I used it. But I mean, we're not dealing with any domains with the same names, so it shouldn't really be too much of an issue. So what can we do with AMOS? So if we know, okay. So from AMOS, we know that there is c dot whatever, c dot Slater. We can also try to brute force C Slater's password as well. Now that we know about, the existence of this person. Where's our Kerberoot? So we'll just run this. We can also run C Slater as the password for C Slater, because that seems to be a pretty common. It seems to be a pretty common win on like easier level boxes. Will you be uploading this VOD later? It's automatically uploaded to YouTube. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see this VOD appear in the channel after the stream is over. You can actually go back there and look at it right now if you wanted to. Okay, let's try SMB. So C Slater. Password will also be C Slater. And let's just run it. Okay, logon failure. No worries. It's just that I was a bit lazy and I didn't purge Bloodhound after I finished up with the last box. So Kerberoot, yeah, we're not having any luck there. That's fine. So GoBuster wasn't able to return anything. I mean, they wouldn't put like a web server on there for no reason. Do you see what properties you had with C Slater and Bloodhound? Yeah, we can definitely take a look at that. C. Slater. Okay, let's see what this person has. So they're a member of an extra group. Oh, this person is a WinRM user, remote management users. So if we're able to get this account, we can probably get directly onto the box. Wait, what am I supposed to be seeing? Member of remote management, member of... What? Why is the user password in here? What the fudge? Wait, is this just like a random and like a user variable or something? That's ridiculous. Hold on. It's there for recovery purposes, is it? Oh, wow. Okay. So, I mean, we don't need to curb root anymore. That ship has sailed. Okay, so yeah, that is this person's password. Pwned. Okay, so we can log in using the C Slater user, and that's non-default. Well, I believe it. I believe it for sure. Poopy Pants Matt says, if only we could put that Leo DiCaprio gif on there. Which Leo DiCaprio gif are you referring to? That, you know, sick in the mind, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, because I don't know if I would have looked at the C Slater user in Bloodhound. Otherwise, I would have probably pivoted over to other things to, you know, to bash my head against. Alright, so from here, we should use EvilWinRM to log in. Error asks how to hack the Instagram. Error, if I knew how to hack Instagram, then I would teach the people who own Instagram how to hack Instagram, and they'd pay me like $500,000. No hacker is able to hack Instagram. They're not going to do it for, you know, $100 or $500. If they had something that big, they wouldn't be selling it to, you know, to anybody and everybody. Okay, so let's get back in here. Delete everything. Yep. Should LDAP search them and see what their attribute is? It's got to be some attribute in AD. Oh. Yeah, you're talking about the misconfiguration, right? They would if it were a scam. Yeah, well, I mean, if somebody is offering to hack Instagram for like $100, I don't know if I believe them. Okay, so this is C Slater. So this user's not an administrator user. Robin Saifullah, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Let's get in there. Who am I? We are C Slater. So there's probably a flag in the desktop directory. There's a user.txt in here. Okay, so oh, you know what? Let's figure out what's in the web directory. It's called like www.root, I think. Where is it? What is it called? inetpub. Inetpub. Okay, we got custer, history, logs, temp, and www root. Oh, you should mark them as owned in Bloodhound. Yeah, let's use Bloodhound. So if we use Bloodhound, well, and it can find like a path for us. Let's give it a try. So Cipher, we're looking for shortest path from owned objects. Do it again. Thank you very much, Random990, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, we ran it, right? Let's take another look at CSlater. So CSlater is this. So because we're able to do remote management, this makes me think that we need to use the terminal access to do something. Okay, SysOS says I can hack Instagram. You just can't afford me. INetPub, and let's see. I would definitely cut down wasting time on local enumeration if it's an Active Directory route. So Broski says find some IDOR, and you've technically found the bug, or some XSS or something. Random, hello, nice to see you here. And Vinayak Sharma, hello, nice to see you here. And do other passwords have user password? Remote management should give you WinRM logon. So we've logged on with the WinRM. User password is just sitting here. So inbound object control is not something we're not an admin. Distinguished names. Okay, so let's just take a look at our privileges for fun. Who am I? So who am I groups? We know these already. Who am I priv? Add workstations to domain. That's kind of interesting. SE impersonate privilege. Red Team Rookie, hello, nice to see you here. Is this a THM machine? This is a Vulnyx machine. So it's a different website. You need to download and deploy the machines on your own network. Is Prince Poofer PrivEsc? Maybe. So SE impersonate privilege. Impersonate client after authentication. This is enabled. I think... Where is the Prince Spoofer GitHub? So print spoofer over here. So this is by the mayor, who was really big. He was a really big cybersecurity streamer, like 5 years ago. Yeah. But it's printspoofer.exe. So can use BU escalate service user permissions on Windows Server 2016, Server 2019, and Windows 10. Print server, print spoofer, or a potato, pick your poison. So let's see. X4 says, why does a user account have impersonation privs? That's a good question. I guess it's because it's Mr. Robot. This guy is Mr. Robot, so he's able to impersonate. He was able to impersonate Mr. Robot in full Elliot for like 5 seasons. Anyways. He just has a fork of print spoofer on his account. So usually SE impersonate points to either print spoofer or potato attack. So potato attacks are while they also take advantage of the SE impersonate privilege. It's been a long time since I've since I've thrown a potato at a Windows machine. Noonfra, hello, nice to see you here. Can you explain what you're doing and the goal? So the goal is to compromise this Windows machine, and we've come a pretty well. We're pretty close, I'm pretty sure, because we've got access to a user with a very special privilege on the Windows machine. So to escalate privileges, the service account must have. Well, I mean, this isn't a service account. And we're not using a service user, but I'm not too sure if that's super relevant. Maybe they're just trying to say that on average, this kind of privilege is attached to service accounts. SysOS says, I suspect we're 1 or 2 hops away from rooting it. And Elite, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's see. IT Man was the researcher who published the write-up for Print Spoofer. Must have SE impersonate was the only requirement that I'm aware of. I mean, we can give this a try. So to escalate privileges, I mean, the other thing is we need to find out whether or not there is antivirus or Windows Defender like active on the system, because we might find that our malicious binaries get destroyed like immediately on uploading them to the system. Okay, but anyways, let's so this would be part of our localhost services. Let's download the malicious binary first and then host it. Oh, we got an ad. Okay, so when ads run, we put on the birds and we take a little water break. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need to take a little break and have some water. Okay, Broski asks, can you disable the AV with this user? Possibly. I think this is it might be like a feature of the Evil WinRM shell as well. Hold on. Oh, did we disconnect? What's happening here? Don't want to ruin your break. No worries. And Cyrillic name. I don't know how to pronounce your name, unfortunately, but thank you very much for the bird emote. Oh, wow. We got kicked out. I wonder why. Anyways, we can log back in. Should probably do this in the correct tab as well. So where's my remote access? Here. Tunnel broken. Oh, did the machine shut off? Oh, the machine shut off. Okay. You know why the machine shut off? It's because they're using a like a test version or like a demo version of Windows. So the machine shuts off after an hour. So I just need to start the machine up again. This is what it takes to host your own Windows VMs. Sometimes you got to use the demo versions. We'll be back in about a minute or so. But yeah, so Broski asked whether or not we could disable Windows antivirus. I think it is the feature of the evil WinRM shell. Let me look that up. Evil Win. Disable AMSI, so anti-malware scan interface. So while inside an active WinRM session, you can disable the AMSI protection, which normally allows Windows Defender to inspect PowerShell scripts. Oh, okay. This is specifically for PowerShell, though. So how did you learn? Where do you learn this? How did you learn this? I mean, you can learn it yourself. I've got a little website to visit. Get into Cyber. One that's humbled. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, Dental Dam says, I've never been able to get a Windows VM to work. I'm a noob. No worries. I mean, it takes time to learn everything, and we're all kind of a big amalgamation of stuff that we've learned over the years, huh? Okay, let's log back in. Great. And what are we doing now? Oh, we're trying to figure out if we can upload this thing to the target, right? So upload. Actually, we should go into... Let's move into the temp directory first. So cd temp. Temp doesn't exist. Wasn't there a temp directory? Am I thinking of like something else? I mean, we could move into the public user directory as well. So public. We can't enter the public directory. Broski says, I remember doing some HTTP machine and I had WinRM or something. I don't know. Don't remember, but I had PowerShell one-liner to disable AV and use the potato. I don't know exactly which PrivEsc I had in that box. Sandra says, you can try to get the VM image first and then check the settings, then copy and configure your own. Yeah, I mean, usually we're able to use the public directory. I mean, we've got our own directory as well. Just move into C Slater. And then move into... I mean, we could just try moving into this one directly. I wonder if we can write here. It's like download. What was the name of the file? printspoofer.exe. Download failed. So downloading C printspoofer to sprintproofer.exe. Is this upload? Maybe it's upload. Okay, so well, let's see if it actually copied over. So printspoofer.exe is in here. Thank you very much, Dennis Gesora, for subscribing on YouTube. And Elite for subscribing on YouTube earlier. Thank you very much. Is temp a thing? But I mean, I'd check, but we already have a place where we can store our files. So originally I was just looking for the temp directory as a place to store like our malicious files here. But turns out we don't need to do it, so it's okay. But thank you very much for the suggestion. I might give it a try after we root the box. No worries, no worries. So how do we run this thing? So to escalate privileges, the server's account must have SE impersonate. To execute, just run this -i-c cmd. With appropriate privileges, this should grant system user shell access. Well, I mean, is it that easy? Application failed exception. The specified executable is not a valid application for this OS platform. I've never seen an error like this. Okay, so it would normally be // executable is not a valid application for this OS platform. It's compiled for a different Windows. Oh, really? They've only got one version here, though. So this should be, I mean, we are dealing with Windows 10, right? Sysinfo. System info. What is it called again? Okay, so try itman's page. Okay, let's go back. So this has been updated more, well, it's still updated 6 years ago. Okay, where is our, so we got releases. There's only one release. So we got print spoofer 32 or print spoofer 64. Let's copy that. And let's see. Download it. GitHub, rather, not page, full project code. Let's see, LLXVT. What OS are you using? So we're using Kali Linux. So Kali Linux is the standard cybersecurity Linux for cybersecurity and hacking stuff. And yeah, so another thing we need to figure out is exactly what version of Windows is being used. Is it system info? What is the name of that command? No, there's no shot it's a 32-bit OS version. That'd be really weird. That would be really weird. So what is the name of that command? Let's see. Windows cmd command get system info. It's system info, you don't have permissions. System info. Failed to access. Oh, permission denied. Access is denied. So how else could we figure out what kind of environment we're working with here? Get computer info. Thank you. Thank you, PowerShell. Is it not going to let me run it? Man Must Live says try x64 PowerShell or check which versions you're running. Okay. Win version. I mean, why would it run for this? Why would it take this long to run? Okay, so we got printspoofer.exe and we got printspoofer64.exe. Let's just make sure this is what we think it is. So this is 32 plus PE32 plus executable for Windows Okay, so x86-64. Because you're in WinRM, you aren't seeing the overlay messages. You don't see the overlay messages saying that it's fetching things. Okay, let's go back. We'll just wait for this to come back to us. Wow. It's not giving us very much. Windows current version 6.3. So 6.3 server standard eval. Windows Server 2019 standard evaluation. So 2019 AMD 64 release. So yeah, I mean, this is a 64-bit system, and it is Windows. I mean, Server 2019 corresponds with Windows 10. So let's try uploading the other binary and see if it works. So was it upload? What's the name of that thing? Print spoofer 64.exe. Okay, this is a smaller binary. Demostrial. I'm not too sure how to pronounce the name. I'm new to your channel. How long have you been doing penetration testing? So I mean, I've been studying cybersecurity for about 5 years or so. I'm entering my 6th year of study for cybersecurity. Pen testing in particular, I'd say 4 years. The other one is a packed rat. Yeah. Okay, so I'm assuming that the command syntax is going to be identical for the other command, right? So print spoofer 64. It ran. But we're the same user. Okay, let me take a look at the So this is a read-only archive, that's fine. How do we use the thing? Usage 1. Spawn a system process and interact with it. Okay. If you have an interactive shell, you can create a new system process in your current console. So it is print spoofer -i-c cmd. I think this is exactly what we sent. Let's see, it probably spawned on the desktop. I mean, that doesn't... So, okay. If this actually works, the way we would do it is we would have to set up a netcat shell. So set up a netcat shell and then catch the shell. Maybe upload a version of netcat. Okay, so Sick in the Mind says requires interactive using WinRM non-interactive. So it'll probably check the task list. It'll probably show CND running. Okay, we're not allowed to use task list. Yeah, Mom, I think we might have to run this as a rev shell. So that means we're going to have to, well, we'll probably move netcat over here. Locate netcat.exe. What is it called? Get process. Let me give it a shot. Get process format list star. Oh. What do you think about Hack the Box for beginners? If you're a beginner, I wouldn't use Hack the Box. It's not very accommodating for people who are just starting out. If you're just starting out, I would use TryHackMe. Either TryHackMe or PicoCTF. If you're just starting out, try this website over here. Thank you for subscribing, Ricardo Silva. Thank you very much. Get process. Try get process name cmd.lol. Okay, let's give it a shot. So get process. Let's see. Get process name cmd didn't return anything. Can't find a process with the name cmd or cmd.exe. Wasn't able to locate that one either. Hold on. I'm looking for netcat. Okay, so Windows sources binaries netcat.exe. Let's move this over to the box. Then we can upload the thing. Upload nc.exe. We've got a regular old collection of hacking tools over here. Peaky Bird says PID. Can we filter by PID with get process? But anyways, we've got our netcat over here. We probably want to catch our reverse shell in a listener, something like rlwrap netcat on 443. If you know what the if you know what the process you're looking for, I don't know what the process we're looking for is. Okay, so manager Mana Seng. I'm not too sure if that's how to pronounce your name, but yeah, go ahead and check out the link. Okay, Dima. Let's see. I think Portswigger is especially good for researching web vulnerabilities. That's true, but you should. I mean, if you're coming at it from a complete beginner's point of view, it can be kind of difficult to use. I think. Let me see if I've got a bunch of notes for running netcat for all of those potato exploits. Okay, let me just grab my notes. So when I was doing the potato exploits, the command syntax for running those looked pretty gnarly. Just a second. Thank you very much for subscribing, Pimp Your Life. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's see. Johnson says, I'm a beginner in cybersecurity and coding. Print spoofer cnc.exe. Okay, so it's going to be C. Well, it's just dot slash print spoofer 64.exe. Was it -c something? Netcat, and then my IP address, which is over here. This one. Oh. Why are these all weird looking? Okay, this is my IP address here. Port 443-ECMD. I think this is all we need to do. Otherwise, we need to, be more specific about the file paths. You don't need interactive. Okay, we'll give it a try. Here. Probably need the double quotes. Oh. Yeah. Okay, we'll just put the double quotes here. Did that run? Did we get a reverse shell? No, we didn't get a reverse shell. The program ran. Let's see if... Well, I mean, there's no reason why the regular one... Well, the other one would run. Because it wasn't running before. Yeah. For some reason, it doesn't like this one. Maybe explicit path for netcat. So we're in the C users C Slater. C users c.slater netcat.exe. Program printspoofer.exe failed to run. The specified executable is not a valid application for this OS. That's... Why is it having a... Why does it have a problem with this stuff now? It didn't before. Didn't like that version. Oh, no. We're looking for the 64. 64. Okay, that ran. Didn't execute. So let me take a look at the payload one more time. So once again, I'm using my juicy potato payload as a reference. So netcat, this stuff. Maybe we need to... Okay, hat. I lost my Android phone. Can you help me find a? Can I help you find a phone? I don't know if I'm qualified to help you find a phone. So C Windows System32 cmd.exe. I mean, we can give the direct path here as well. That might help us out. Maybe we can have cmd.exe run. Okay, so omhat says it's an Android phone. Do you have like some sort of tracking software on your phone? What if it wants cmd.exe and just of cmd and just instead of just cmd? Maybe. So execute this thing, right? Though it doesn't seem to be working. Location is off. I mean, I don't think I can help you track down your phone, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Single quotes don't use. Okay, so single quotes aren't good for. Okay, let's just take out all of the single quotes then. We'll just leave it like this. Okay, time for a little sanity check. So our IP address is this. We need to make sure that this is being referenced when we give the this command. So it's the same one. I'm trying to bring out the P's. Okay, let's go back to our text editor. Let's break this down. So it's print spoofer. It's running netcat. Hold on. Let me just run the netcat command by itself, just to make sure that this thing is working. Okay, we got more ads on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also run them on, well, we also take a little break. So how about this one? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break. Enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Well, I mean, if nothing else, we could also break out the potatoes, because we got a lot of well, we've used potatoes before. Let me do some research on those potatoes. Windows, which potato? Okay, potatoes. So Windows privilege escalation with potatoes. So we got a lot of different potatoes. There are a lot of different potatoes used to escalate privileges. What are the differences? When should I use each one? Do they still work? So TLDR, use sweet potato to rule them all. Sweet potato. If you do not want to use sweet potato, if the machine is less than Windows 10, try rogue potato. If the machine is Windows 10 1809 or Windows Server 2019, try juicy potato. So maybe we need to use juicy potato to privilege escalate on the machine. Where is the juicy potato? Okay, juicy potato is rotten potato on steroids. Okay, so where is the repository for juicy potato? I guess I can just look it up. Okay, we got juicy potato over here. Great. Alright, so where are our releases? Here? Juicypotato.exe. I mean, I kind of anticipated this when I created my thumbnail art with the Linux guy throwing the potato. Anyways, okay, juicy potato, we got it. We just need to upload the juicy potato. Wait, was I using juicy potato? I was using juicy potato exactly for the other machine we were talking about. Anyways, let's rename this. We'll name it jp.exe. Okay, and then we'll move it up to the machine. Clear doesn't work, huh? Okay, so we got all this stuff here. Upload jp.exe. Done. Okay, so we've got... Man, we've got the exact command. Right over here. We just need to swap some stuff out. So we're in users c.slider. Run users c.slider.nc.exe. Sick in the Mind says, could have the famous Jack Potato. You know what we forgot to check? If there was even a print service running, probably requires a potato. I mean, that's fine, that's fine. At least we didn't spend too long on the print spoofer attack. Okay, so netcat, run the thing, get our IP address, which is this. Then run C Windows System32 cmd.exe. All the good stuff. Okay, so we're just going to grab this exact command. Receiver failed with error. Okay. There's no way it's anything other than impersonate at this point. So failed with error. So we're currently dealing with the Windows Server. It could be that what are these called again? The CIDs? The SIDs? The CLLSs? Whatever the heck they're called. So Juicy Potato. Windows 7 through... Juicy Potato, Windows 7 through 2012. Juicy Potato is kind of like the Windows XP of potatoes in terms of revisions. It's kind of old and outdated, like nobody manually sets their CID-S's in nowadays. So 2019 requires Rogue Potato, God Potato, or Sigma Potato. Wow. Hold on, did I read this incorrectly? So it says if the machine is greater than... Oh, this is less than. Oh, I misread this. This is less than. This is greater than. Greater than Windows 10, Servers 2019, try Rogue Potato. Okay, so you're right, Sick in the Mind. I misread this. I'm using the wrong potato. All right, let's get the Rogue Potato then. GitHub Rogue Potato. Okay, just another Windows local privilege escalation from server's account to system. Great. I hope the syntax is the same. I really hope the syntax is the same as everything else. Anyways, grab the potato. We're like 99% of the way there. I can feel it in my spuds. Let's download the new potato. What is this thing called? ID resolver. Do we need this? Okay, mandatory args, remote IP. IP of the remote machine to use as a redirector. Redirector? Okay, command line of the program to launch. Optional arguments, listening port. This will run the... Well, what is this? Pipe name placeholder. Randomize the pipeline placeholder. Huh. Hold on. There's a okay, we should probably watch the demo then. Okay, so is this running? Is this supposed to be like, are we just supposed to look at this? Okay, so this is the listener. So listening on this, they receive an incoming connection as the NT authority system. So their IP address is 10.0.0.3. Okay, it looks simple enough. So let's see, sudo socat. So we need to have... Oh, Claretto, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so they're running the command here. C roguepotato.exe remote to our attacker machine, running netcat64.exe. I wish I could copy this. So the rogue potato will start the rogue oxide resolver. So you need both files. Oh, okay. So I need to move the other. I need to move both of those files over to the box. All right, upload it. Okay, we've got our stuff here. We're going to be using netcat. We're going to be, we also need to set up socat. So what's this command here? Something like just a second, everybody. I'm just I'm just creating a little example command on another screen. Just a second. All right. So if we go over here, what are we going to call this? Socat. Redirector. So the socat redirector is going to look something like this. We need to get the victim's IP address, and we need to specify a specific port. Looks like the port number is not super important. this is the IP address of the victim. Oh, need to spell the word SOCAT correctly, of course. Empty port and service didn't start up. Hold on, did I copy the command down incorrectly? Sudo socat tcp listen 135. Oh, I forgot to specify the port there. Okay, so now we've got our socat redirecting thing. Yeah, perfect spelling is for AIs. This is how you know that I'm not an AI, because I can't spell anything worth beans. You know how it is. Sigma potato looks easier, if I'm honest. Well, if this doesn't work, we'll try the Sigma potato. Anyways, okay, so what else do we need to do? So let me copy down this command here. Thank you very much for subscribing, Prince Pandu. Thank you very much. You have the command on the GitHub. And let's see. Defa says, that's the real old school potato struggle. I love it. It took me so much of my lifetime. No, I mean, let me just, I think I'll understand it better if I copy it down myself. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Can we? Oh, we can't. Well, we could probably make it bigger if we put it in a different tab. Okay, so what is this command? It's this one. So our IP address, execute. Okay. That's exactly what it was copying down, second to mind. Okay, let's go back. So we will start forming the darn command. We're getting close to the end. Well, at least I hope we're getting close to the end. If not, I'll be, well, how much more time do we have on the clock? We got 10 minutes. Well, I mean, we have a little bit more than 10 minutes. I think I'm gonna put another like 30 minutes on the clock after this. So it's gonna be C users / c.slider / roguepotato.exe, then -r attacker IP. So our attacker IP is this. We need to execute C users c.slider netcat.exe to our attacker IP. Shota says, I have to go. See you next time. Hey, no worries, Shota, and thank you very much for coming by today. Okay, Defa says, you see you have this SE impersonate privilege, and you know you're one step away from system, and you spend stupid amounts of time to get it running. Well, I mean, that's the way it goes when you're rocking the potatoes. Okay, so C users, let's see, netcat, our IP address, -e_cmd.exe on listening port 9999. Hat says, are you working on Linux? Welcome to pentesting, says System OS Master. Do you work on Linux? Yeah. So we're currently working on Kali Linux, which is the cybersecurity version of Linux. Okay, make sure that none of our spelling mistakes are going through. Okay, so let's observe. So C users c.slater rogue potato.exe, which is here. The redirector is at our IP address. Execute C users c/slater netcat.exe to our attacker IP address. Execute cmd.exe listening port 9999. Listening port, oh wait. So we should probably change this listening port to where we're actually listening. So we're actually listening on port 443. Okay, Lord Gaming says, didn't know that something like that exists. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get your own version of Kali Linux, I've got a video that talks about how to install it on your own system. Let me get that for you. Here you go. So I I predicted the future. So my thumbnail for this stream on YouTube has the Linux penguin throwing the potato, and the HackerFrog is shouting "deploy the potato." Do you always do lives like this? Yeah, most of the time. So we're doing 2 times a week right now, and we're doing Wednesdays and Fridays. Talking about the hacking lessons. Gannick, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, let's go back. Let's see if this works. So the redirector is it always going to be on port whatever? So redirector is, our redirector is 9999. Our redirector is 9999. So which means that we need to specify 9999 here. But where do we specify? So the SOCAT redirector should probably be set to port 443 in this case, because the SOCAT is going to redirect the output. Let me take a look at the example PNG one more time. So here we do netcat listening on port 3001. You know, I'm a bit confused. Hold on, Saurav Kumar, hello, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So Dismisteral, hello. Do you work in cybersecurity, or do you do it as a hobby? I used to work in cybersecurity. I'm trying to get into teaching cybersecurity online through programs like this. I'm also trying to do in-person cybersecurity education. That's what I'm up to. So 3001. So this is our listening port 9999. Netcat to our IP on 443. So we need to specify the port number here. SOCAT is set up on port 999. Netcat is on 3001 in your example. So in this case, we need to set. Let's just run the thing. What? Okay, starting rogue potato, creating rogue resolver thread, listening on pipe, waiting for client to connect. This is for us. Okay, return endpoint. Got system token. So got system token. Running this. Error duplicating primary token. Rogue potato, something went wrong. So what happened in our reverse shell? So the reverse shell didn't pick up anything. So the SOCAT redirector. Lord Gaming says, I found this before I went to sleep and I really like this and want to learn. Is there any specific thing that I need to start with? Yeah. You can start with the get into cyber website over here. So SOCAT was contacted, but it didn't quite work out. So duplicating, got the system token, error duplicating primary token, rogue potato, something went wrong. Let's just try it one more time. Didn't work. So let me take a look at the example again. So in the example, we run rogue potato, we specify the redirector IP address and the listening port. We specify the binary that we want to run, which is netcat. And then what else is being set up? So we got our netcat listener on 3001, which is referenced back over here. Okay? And the last thing we've got is the SOCAT redirector. So SOCAT listen, TCP listen on port 135. So 135, is this an arbitrary number? Reuse address fork TCP, that's the victim machine. So this is the victim machine IP address on port 9999. Okay, what's your SOCAT doing? So the SOCAT, it's running over here. We did get, the SOCAT redirector was contacted, but something... Okay, so 135 is RPC, it's not a random port. Is it possible that we need to use a different port for our SOCAT listener? No, RPC to your system and reroute back to the victim on the rogue potato listener on 9999 rather. Okay. Maybe to a different address to send the traffic to. Is 20 the Windows box? So 20 is the Windows box. Let me check. So this is the victim machine IP, right? So SOCAT, this is also the victim machine IP on port 9999 here. So in this example, their IP address for the attacker machine is 10003. So 10003 is referenced 2 times in this command here. And the SOCAT listener port is referenced in the command here as well. So it could be that 9999 is blocked by the firewall. So if 9999 is blocked by the firewall, what else could we use? We could use port 80. So let's use port 80 instead. So if we use port 80 here, we need to change the command over here. if we're looking for something that doesn't get blocked by the firewall. The Windows box hit RPC on port 135. It was the redirect that didn't land. Oh, something else happened here. Named pipe didn't receive any connect request exiting. Hold on, did I forget to... Oh no, port 80 is in use. Port 80 is being used by the machine. There's a website on port 80. Okay, port 53? No, not port 53. That's in use as well. Yeah, I'm not able to bind port 80. Which port should we choose? Maybe it's port 443. Because it's not using 443. It's a little bit confusing, but anyways. 445 is also in use by the victim machine. This looks like what happened last time. Check out Sigma Potato. Yeah, maybe we should check out the Sigma Potato. But I think I'm gonna have to restart the machine because we're getting pretty close to the hour mark. Just a second, everybody. I'm gonna take a little water break. Just to, let's watch the birds. How about these rainy day birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need to have a little bit of water. Second Mind says it says if you have firewall issues. Okay? Are we talking about Thank you very much for subscribing, Hoops with A3 Junior. Thank you very much. So, if Sick in the Mind is talking about Rogue Potato, I could probably take a look at it real quickly over here. Not sure what it requires to run the... Oh, you need to run Rogue OXID Resolver on my own box? How do we do that? Because, I mean, how do we do that if we're not running... OXID Resolver is a Windows binary. Rogue Potato without running, okay, OXID Resolver locally. You should run the OXID Resolver on your remote machine. Use this if you have firewall restrictions. Second option on the README. Still, Sigma is less complicated. Okay, we'll switch tools one more time, and you know what? We'll give ourselves a hard time limit. So our hard time limit is going to be 30 minutes to try to get this last part working. Okay, 30 minutes on the clock. So the options on the Rogue Potato is try hard status. One last tool, the Sigma Potato GitHub. Okay, Sigma Potato SE impersonate privilege. Brian Carl Agunad. Hello, nice to see you here. Welcome in. What are you doing, bro? So we're just trying to get... Is this... The Sigma Potato, is this we can run it through C Sharp, and we can run it through PowerShell. That's very interesting. We go in Sigma now, yep. I'll always lean towards the easiest looking tool first. Thank you very much for subscribing. Yeah, Brian, thank you. Okay, and we're just trying to figure out this one last Windows hack so that we can get this thing working. So let's see. So we got Sigma Potato exe, Sigma Potato Core. I'm not too sure which one of these is going to work better. Go by releases. So they're both released on the same day. Oh, no. Okay. So this is the initial release. This is the initial release. This is... So the initial release is 1.0. The current version is 1.2.6. Okay. Look at the table, read the README. Let's see. ProGamer says, I am new. I didn't understand anything. It looks interesting. So we're currently hacking a Windows machine right now, and the Windows machine, on the Windows machine, we've got special privileges, and we're going to try to use those privileges to get the maximum level of privileges on the machine. So let's do Sigma Potato. Copy the link. Download the darn thing. I expect the core version will work better. I think... Hold on. Okay, let's upload these things. Upload... Well, that doesn't work. We need to download the things first and then upload the things. Let's do that. Okay, let's put on some epic music for this last part of the stream. Where's our epic music? Ooh, StarCraft, do it. Is this legal? Yeah, we're hacking our own machines. We're not hacking other people's machines. Plus, this one has ASCII art. You know it's going to be a good tool if it has ASCII art. Yeah, that's that is the sole indicator. Okay. Okay, download the Sigma Potato and then upload the Sigma Potato. Depends on your jurisdiction. I mean, is there a jurisdiction where you're not allowed to hack your own machines? So the core version will work better as lower .NET requirements. I mean, if we're having troubles with the with this version of the Sigma Potato, we'll get the other version. Okay, so what does the command syntax look like for this? Okay, usage from disk via the binary. The easiest way to use Sigma Potato is by interacting with the binary like you would any other program. So establish a PowerShell reverse shell. PowerShell reverse shell. So Sigma Potato rev shell IP address port. This seems a little bit too easy. This seems a little bit too easy, but you know what? If it works, it works. Powerful shell reverse shell. Powerful shell. Yeah. So why the code had a PS1? Oh, interesting. Okay, let's go back. So we need the IP address in the port. Let me get our IP address. Port 443. Well, we'd have to do it like // I should have used this. I should have used this before the rogue potato. Okay, so I was like, dude, why are we even messing around with rogue when I saw that? Yeah. Anyways, you live and you learn. We hope. Process returned no output. Creating process with create process with token. Create a simple PowerShell reverse shell. Bootstrapping to environment variable, so we didn't receive anything. I started looking when I was perusing all 3 of the GitHubs. Process started. So the rev shell, Process started with PID 3060. Process returned no output. So maybe create a no Can you create new users with SE impersonate? I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, let's just try running it one more time. Still doesn't. So what were the other options on the tool? So usage from disk via the binary. Okay. Usage from memory via .NET reflection. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure we don't need to do this, because Windows Defender isn't really getting in our way. Or at least I don't think it can. Or at least I don't think it is. Thank you very much, Joshua Lim, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so all of your subscribers can understand this? Like, seriously? No, not all the subscribers can understand what's going on. I mean, this isn't super beginner-friendly material that we're doing right now. This is just something we're doing on a Friday evening. But we do have other stuff. Okay, so let's see. Usernet, net user, the shy hat pass domain add. So what we're doing is sigma potato net user. Oh, is this part of the functionality of this particular program? So general usage corrections, invalid file name not in path. Command exceeds the character limit. User does not have SE impersonate privilege. Okay, simple example using RevShell functionality when using the binary. Whatever you wrap, it runs as a spawn process. Simple example, advanced example. So what's going on here? Let's try putting this in a... I think the firewall, so it ran, it just didn't connect. I think the firewall is interfering. The firewall. So process return no output. IP address, port 443. We could try another port. If we're not using port 443, I guess the other example that might not get any interference is port 53, which is DNS. Okay, still got process return no output. Okay, so programmer says, I'm disturbing you, so I'm going to have subscribe to you, bro, don't worry. Hey, no worries, programmer. I mean, if you're here to ask about getting into cybersecurity, we've got a website you can go and visit. So get into cyber. So you wouldn't get output, it would have spawned as a separate process. So process started with PID 2843, but process returned no output. Huh. Okay, so that's the thing about SE impersonation. It spawns a child process with the impersonation token. It can't elevate the current PID token. So, okay, so stick in the mind, you suggested that we could do Sigma Potato net user the shy hat pass domain add. Yeah? Well, let's give it a try. Thank you very much for subscribing, Sasidar. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back. Let's craft this command. So it is Sigma Potato .exe net user the shy hat pass domain add. So the shy hat HackerFrogs 1 with a capital H. Okay, we'll give this if it lets you create a domain account, you can just reset the domain admin pass and voila. Well, let's give it a shot. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Cyrillic letters, I don't know how to read, and YT Evil Saiyans. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the subscriptions. Okay, now try netstat anno to see more info. So netstat anno here. I don't think netstat is going to work from here. Never mind, it does work. So active connections. You'd actually need to netsh to see what the firewall configurations are. Okay, let's figure that out. Windows netsh firewall config. Check firewall status, reset firewall policies to default, manage firewall rules, delete rules, profiles. So we're looking for something like check firewall status. So netsh adv firewall show all. Okay, so state off. So does that mean that the firewall is turned off? State off. Block inbound, allow outbound. Firewall policy is block inbound, allow outbound. So, root user CN. I use Arch, by the way. Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. Thank you. SysOS Master says there's an issue on Discord that needs your attention after stream. I posted a message on introductions. Okay, I'll take a look at that message on Discord. Shows us off. I don't know. Anyways, we'll give this a try, right? We'll create our user. Command completed successfully. Okay, so let's check to see if the shy hat exists on the domain now. Oh, this is Evil WinRM. Never mind, I wanted to run netexec. And just run net users domain. Yeah, I guess I could have done that, huh? Okay, so yeah, so we exist. I guess we could also check. YT Evil says, I use Black Arch, looks awesome, and has so many tools. Harold Diffree, hello, nice to see you here. Hey bro, what is up? Okay, you need to add yourself to remote management. You need to add yourself to the remote management group. Is there like a one-liner command we can use for that as well? Okay, so we exist on your one command from a domain admin with a password reset. Okay, so the administrator. Okay, let me take a look at your previous message. You had like a plan for this. So you talked about creating the new user. So like add net user. So you can just run net users domain. Net user administrator new pass domain. So since that works, the same syntax without the add, but with the administrator, net user administrator new pass domain. So run the same thing. Net user administrator new password HackerFrogs HackerFrogs rule, okay, domain not add. So we change the administrator password when then we log in as the administrator. Exit. Log in with the Evil WinRM. And now we're done. Wow. And yeah, you can check with. I mean, we kind of skipped that part. Or this, or this. Okay, so cd into the desktop directory. Okay, root.txt is here, and we are finished with the box. Wow, that was a journey. Thank you very much, Sick in the Mind, for giving us an alternative. But yeah, I guess for some reason I kind of got fixated on getting like a reverse shell. But this works as well, resetting the administrator user's password. The other thing would be, I mean, I guess a less intrusive way to do it would be to create an administrator level user. and giving ourselves WinRM access. I should probably take some pretty good. I'll take a bunch of notes after the stream is over. Harold says it looks so easy when somebody else does it. SysOS says the rabbit hole with tunnel vision problems. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, that was a pretty good box to get back into Windows hacking, Windows Active Directory. So we got more boxes over at Vulnyx. We got misconfigured. Let me take a look. So if we're looking only for Windows boxes, we got school, we got service, and we have store, along with misconfigured over here. So we got a few more weeks of doing Windows hacking stuff before we run out of boxes again. Yeah, the rabbit hole, you gotta be careful about that. That's one of the hardest things to break yourselves out of for targeting OSCP. Tunnel vision problems. I agree, it was a good box. So what else do we have? So as far as Windows is concerned, they haven't really released any new Windows boxes over at HackMyVM, unfortunately. Okay, YT Evil says, I'm gonna get Raspberry Pi on the 29th. I'm gonna put everything on there. How much storage space do you typically get with Raspberry Pis? Okay, Diva says you shouldn't just take notes, you should start referring back to them. I mean, you don't know how to add users in Windows. It's one of the top things in the notes, and refer back to them every day. You always say we have to write stuff down to remember it. Why don't you? I don't think I've done a box where I had to add a user before. So, I mean, that's why I couldn't really refer back to it before. I have done quite a few boxes where I had to struggle with potato problems, so that's why I did have notes for dealing with that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't practice as much as I preach as far as writing stuff down is concerned. I should really be better about that. So let's see, where's my GitHub? Net users, some old school. B Theo, hello, nice to see you here. Nice to see you here. Hey, let's give B Theo, Theo a shout out. Shout out B7. There you go. You can't remember everything, no matter how often you do it. It's just too much. It's hard during the throes of a machine. I feel you. I mean, my issue is that I've never really had to add users as a privilege escalation vector before on a Windows box. So that's why I haven't really taken notes on that. But so let's see, Vulnyx. This is going to be my first medium level difficulty Windows machine. So Windows. Let's make a new directory for this. It's called Misconfiguration. That's not how you spell misconfiguration. I'll try my best to write out my notes so that I can remember how to do this next time. But you do understand that adding users to us is kind of basic, right? I mean, I understand the concept. It's not something I think about too often, so that's why it doesn't really come to me immediately. Especially for Windows machines, I've never really had to do it before, so new concepts. Oh, okay. Misconfiguration. Was that? Wait. Hold on. Misconfigured. Okay, it's not called misconfiguration. Need to correct my spelling mistakes. Okay, so let's see. What does it matter if it's basic? Everybody runs into it the first time, or in my opinion, a few first times takes time to learn. Let's see. Sorry for being awkward. Just trying to help, and I rode the struggle bus as well. I mean, watching me ride the struggle bus, I can understand how it might be frustrating, especially if you've got more experience and, well, you've. A lot of the people here could have probably finished the machine faster than I did, for sure. Thank you very much for having the patience to stick it out with me. And Sun Hi, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. It's more of a sysadmin thing that's typically done through other interfaces. I mean, I should identify different ways to do privilege escalation. Well, I'm also getting back into Windows. I need to knock off the rust. But yeah, I'm not doing everything at 100% efficiency here. Okay, so yeah, they haven't released any new Windows machines on this platform here. Okay, do you have a cheat sheet? A cheat sheet for what, Harold Diffrey? No rust on Windows. Really? Is that anyways? Very humble, Cheyenne. I'm here trying to your content and learning live. Theo, thank you very much. Coming from you, that's a big compliment. Thank you. Find you learn more from the struggles that firm the fast solves. Yeah, usually. You learn more from your mistakes than from your victories. Anyways, let's I will try to write this all out after the stream is over, but I should probably get ready to end the stream now. But before we go, let's find someone who is awesome in the InfoSec community over here. So I'm the only person online right now, but there's probably some other people on Twitch who are equally good. Just a second. Great stream. Thank you. Thank you very much. Harold says, for reverse shell, my Windows Defender just deletes it initially. I mean, most modern Windows machines are going to delete those reverse shells. Usually on like harder level machines, you need to figure a way to get past that. Okay, so I think Moohiddles is on. Let's go ahead and raid her. Let's take a look at what she's doing first. Copy link address. So Moohiddles is usually doing some fun space-related stuff. It looks like today she is taking a look at Artemis 2. That's probably some sort of spaceship thing. Okay, loved it, learned a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's do a raid. All right, so everybody, we'll be back. We're probably going to follow the same schedule that we did next week, that we did this week. So we're going to be doing a stream on Wednesday.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Thank you very much for the Hack the Planet redeem. We'll do a stream on Wednesday, we'll do a stream on Friday, and we'll skip the Monday stream. So next stream is going to be 4 days from now. I hope everybody has a great weekend and a great beginning of the week. And everybody, when you arrive on Moohiddles' channel, if you could give this message, I would really appreciate it. So it would be OS Frog, Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog. Just like this. All right, everybody, we're getting ready to raid. Have a great weekend, everybody. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.